You obviously don't start good. Also, thanks for all the likes, YouTube chat. Well, I mean, I'm totally fine with them being reanimated and trying to bite me, as long as I keep getting migrants. But the problem is that we stopped, right? So in order for me to be okay with pondering skulls and letting them bite me is, well, we need to have more than 30 population. Otherwise, it's just going to be a slow decline. And that was continuing. I'm like, well, So, new fort, identical theme. Clear? How did you die? You got ripped to shreds by a zombie. The same way every other dwarf that just died. How did you die? I don't know. Watch the VOD and find out for yourself. I mean, I'm going to try and do similar stuff. I mean, I want to build a library of 1,000 books. It's also been a while since I've reclaimed one of my own forts. There we go. The knowing, the curse of knowing of the lean paddles found at SKULLPONDERS, and the curse of knowing abandoned the settlement in the early spring of 1074. So I'm gonna grab. I could play as the Raw Diamonds, but I think I'm gonna play as the Obstinate Rampart. This is the faction I was playing as, the lean paddles. The Hammers of Dance is the other one I've played as. So like the population has gone up to 190 from 5, so good for them. But I think we're gonna play as the Obstinate Rampart. Looks like that's a human name? Stone, if you're watching, you could probably confirm this. Also, hey Lio, what's up, dude? Because this faction has several castles around and several other destroyed sites. So we're gonna play as the Obstinate Rampart. And we're gonna see an opportunity. The Obstinate Rampart is going to inhabit and reclaim SKULLPONDERS. And to play some Sonic. Well, that's your mistake, was playing Sonic. Which Sonic? Out of curiosity. Keeping the same name. Whoopsies. The Enjoyable Ring. Let's call it the Enjoyable. So the previous name was the Curse of Knowledge. This is going to be called the Enjoyable Knowledge. And the symbol is going to be dwarves, dead, burning, and then a dwarf praying to the dead dwarves, a sun, whoops, object, shape. A blazing sun is burning the dwarves. Oh, no, not the other way around. Burning. The blazing sun is burning the dwarves. And maybe a scroll? The dwarf is raising the scroll. Basically, like, we're picking up where you left off and continuing it. Now, the problem is there's a non-zero chance that there's going to be a bunch of zombies on the map. There's a non-zero chance that there's going to be a bunch of zombies on the map. So I'm going to give all of these dwarves some fighting skill. Just in case. But we are keeping the library theme going. Also, Ice Blue. If I don't name it Ice Blue, I will give you an honorary named dwarf because you did pick a name for a dwarf literally 19 minutes ago. So I kind of feel bad. Also, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel, meaning if you have a hat next to your name on either Twitch or YouTube, congrats! You are the reason that this channel exists. I would not be funded or be able to do this full time if it wasn't for people who tuned in and watched. So thank you for doing that. Because otherwise, I just wouldn't be here. So thanks for allowing me to be here. The dream of the Battle Monk Fortress continues. That's why I leveled up dodging after fighting. But, you know, one thing at a time. What'll this fort be about? Exactly the same. I reclaimed the last one. I go. Hey, chat. Whenever somebody asks this question, respond with that. How about writing? Such as wordsmith and writing. So when someone tunes in and says, what's this fort about? Please say, same fort, just reclaimed. Save me the, you know. You're a poet. Let's go in with a couple of critical skills, such as weaponsmith, mason, armorsmith, armorsmith. Same fort, new management. Yeah. Ice Blue, which dwarf do you want from the list? And YouTube chat, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the YouTube chat gets one of the starting 7 dwarfs. I will put I had to reclaim the fort.
Repairs cost way less than I thought they would, so you get some UAH's laughing face.
Well, thank you very much for the 45 months and also the monies is. There we go. I've updated the titles, so it should hopefully be clear. Hopefully. Shamalama Ding Dong, congrats. You got that. That's the 3 pickaxe emojis. Which one would you like? After Ice Blue selects one. Because there's so much stuff here, I kind of just want to embark with literally nothing. Yeah, I mean, there may have been more tenants before the first one. Tibe. No, it's all good. I only just asked. Shamalama. I don't need these, don't need those, don't need those. Chad, is there anything specific that I should bring? That you would like to see me bring to this fort? Did you mean to write pets, Squizzly? Like, this is like PETA. What? Excuse me? Oh, you know what I should bring? I should bring paper. Hi, dyslexic. I'm blind. Preferably leader. Okay, so expedition leader goes to Ice Blue if available. No preference. Okay. So I have to name one. Well, do I have a jurist? I don't have a jurist. Which one would you like to name jurist? Shama. We'll just go with that. Weapons for everyone? That's too smart. This is a reclaim, but I'm going to go in and be a little ballsy. 500 sandbags. I think you can bring sand without bags, can't you? I mean, I could just bring a bunch of sand. And? No. Sand. I could bring 1,000 sand. That's ridiculous. Why did I think sand cost more? So I'm gonna just sit here and click this for a bit. Well, wouldn't it be glass, actually, Bad Lotus? Yep. My wrist doesn't hurt yet. Can I hold down shift? I swear that they had like a thing where you could like hold it down, but... I have pretty good, what's it called? I have pretty good ergonomics, so I think I would have carpal tunnel by this point if I didn't. I would recommend that if you have problems with your wrists, like look into fixing your ergonomics. It's kind of amazing, though, that some people here didn't know that there was a version before the Steam version. Let's go here and type in jet. Gonna bring 10 of these. I'll look at the animals section, but I doubt it. Because these are just dwarves, right? Dwarves pretty rarely have super interesting animals available. Oh. Well then. Never mind. I lied, actually. I really don't want to remove 300 sand, chat. But I will remove everything else. The funny thing about elephants is how long they take to multiply. Like, it's ridiculous how long it takes. Bring jet, that would be very redundant. Like, very, very, very redundant. I'm just gonna bring nothing. We'll just say that this was like lore-wise, this is a group of travelers who got lost. That is my headcanon. Maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pickaxes and 301 sand. Are they cave elephants? I mean, elephants could live in caves. Real life elephants have a 2-year pregnancy? I didn't know that. That's wild. They take 10 years to grow up to full size in Dwarf Fortress. I need 1,000 charcoal. I mean, I don't need 1,000 charcoal. I could just use lava. All right. I have no idea how well this is going to go. I have to name a dwarf Urist, which is Stuckwood. I said Stuckwood, and you're now Urist. I'm happy to help, she says. Sand merchants who got lost. Sure, yes. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Noth Kodishmab. But there's almost no supplies left. Unless... But there's almost no supplies left. No shit. But with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan, hopefully sooner than later, because we have no food. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the Anthananabis soldiers get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. SKULLPONDERS. Strike the earth. And I already am hearing somebody dying, so that's a good start. I think I broke the UI chat. Oh, man, that got rid of it. You're out of food. Oh, phew, that's fine. I was very worried. So there is one of them's demons. There's also a bunch of carp. If I look at the fortress, how much view do I have? Okay, so empty cages. Seem to have full view of all the way down to here. Cool. So remember how... Who here watched the vampire video? In the vampire video, I talk about how it exposed a cavern layer when I reclaimed it. I think that's been fixed. Because see this? I don't have vision of the magma sea. I did before in this fortress. I think they fixed that bug. That's cool. Oh, sweet. We're right next to the old wagon. Where are the chickens? Oh my god, if some of these hen eggs are fertile. I'm just gonna leave those hen eggs. They're probably not fertile, right? They would say that they're fertile, right? I should import some chickens, though. Oh no. It's just dead cows everywhere. All right, well, let's reclaim everything and get back to the fort, shall we? Also, it appears that our imprisoned elf has eluded us. It seems that they just abandoned the cattle. This is not going to be a big enough space for these, but that's fine. Oh. Hi, tutorials. All right, so... Blue. Ice. You wonder if he fled or died? I'm not sure. But, like, Adventure or Legends wouldn't be updated until right now, so... Chat, can you do... You can do Legends export with DF hack from in-game, right? Because I could just do a... and export Legends from here. I think the DF hack command can go from in-game. We can make some sand witch. You should have said witches, as in like, you know, a Alakazam kind of witch. I'm gonna make a potion kind of witch. I do use DF hack, yes. I just have all of the overlays turned off and most of the scripts turned off because I don't like them. Just a personal thing. An abandoned wagon is a bad sign. Maybe they pulled over to see if they could get a distress signal. Once they're fertilized, you don't always need chickens, but usually, yes, you need chickens. I've had fertilized eggs, but they also say fertile next to them in brackets, so I don't think those are going to hatch. Also, I have to say, the manager of this fortress is immediately gonna get the world's nicest fucking, like, office. Because I straight up just have, like, gold offices set up. Which is kind of funny. I can also now confirm whether or not stuff gets unbuilt. Actually, you know what I should do after saving? I should just do Stone Sense. Do you guys want to see this fort in Stone Sense? Because it, like, just dawned on me that I haven't seen it in Stone Sense yet. I think it might look really cool. Well, never mind. I can't show it to you in Stone Sense because load failed. Okay, so it must be run from Legends View. Yeah, that's what I thought. Your fortress has run out of food, blah, 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 yes. Still have the cool ability to do your save in? I don't know what that means. What does that sentence mean? Aw, oh, man. Okay, hold on. I have to go through and delete all of these bedrooms. Because I personally feel this will be easier than manually assigning them. Although you can have this, 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 you can have this. Imagine being a dwarf and just getting to move into this lovely place. Don't mind the bodies, dwarves. Don't mind the mounds of corpses. Do enjoy the riches, though. I may also have to remake the temple. I will read those two dwarves' descriptions once I'm done with this, though. Can it still corrupt the save file? I'm not... Wait, can Stone Sense? I've had Stone Sense crash my game before. I don't know why it would corrupt the save file. I've had other DF hack commands corrupt and break things before, but not Stone Sense specifically. I think I'll just give this to Ice Blue, actually. Okay. Ice Blue, you're going to go plant seeds. Ice Blue is prone to feelings of jealousy and is curious and eager to learn, lives a fast-paced life, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has an active imagination. An ambush, drive them out. Oh boy. What is it, though? Troglodytes, maybe? Has to be troglodytes, right? Yes, it is in fact a troglodyte. Well, good luck there, Troggy McGee. Where was Blue Ice? There you are. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and has a greedy streak and has an active imagination. He can handle stress, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He tends to consider what others think of him. He licks his lips when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and doesn't care about nature one way or another. It's a good thing I didn't leave all the doors shut, eh? He likes cert as well as fine pewter and cherry opal and deer antler and linen fabric. And foul blendex for their goat legs and the sound of the cobalt boulders and the sight of the diamond mines. I love that word. They have a form of music or dance or something called the diamond mines. That's so fitting. When possible, prefers to consume squid, horse cheese, and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates flour. And absolutely hates lizards. Likes pearl mullet flour, white mullet, and hates lizards. Yes, that. He worships Cadol. You're a member of the Creed of Cobalt, which is a dwarven religion. Let's see what that is. This is all new to me. Okay, so temple. The Creed of Cobalt is the god Cadol, which is the god of minerals. It seems that everybody worships cattle to some degree, but many of them are part of different religions, although the creed of Cobalt seems to be the most popular. So they all worship the god of minerals. Well, that's kind of cool. Disastrophe. Could I name one something slightly different than Disastrophe? Maybe Diz? Just so that they're easier to sort through in Legends. And the other one that I have to read real quick. And also, if you have a preferred beard or no beard, let me know. Urist is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't focus on material goods, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values eloquence and values nature, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Also, I really need to check something. I'm wondering... Wait, it was the store. Dorothy lives on. So if you get an inanimate object named in a fort, that sticks around when you reclaim it. Which is actually kind of awesome. So I'm here for it. So shoutouts to Dorothy, you live. Now that I've done that, I'm just going to go into here real quick and say you load from here. You'll take items from there. You don't exchange items there. There you go. And then the other thing that I'm going to do now is a good, no beard, since most like beard. Well, which one would you like? You got English or Adil are your options. I'm also pausing most of the jobs. I'm just going to jump up here and... I'm just going to make these two into the farmers. Also, Laya, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back, dude. Let's go with the armorer one, maybe. Plank shoved. Dizza. Dizza Dwarf, chats. Frog can drink. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Frog, who can now drink? Well, I mean, I'm sure you could before if you wanted, but now you can for realsies. These dwarves are gonna have a lot of cleaning up to do. You know, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, maybe not. Actually, keep changing my mind. Dizza finds helping others very much rewarding. Is very comfortable around others that have that are different from herself. There is a blind cave bear. What? Whoa. Let's undump all this stuff. And say maybe like... Maybe like, let's just go up here. Oh, I've got a problem, actually. Here's hoping that we can acquire a pickaxe from somewhere. Uh-oh. Got our first death. All right, don't acquire a pickaxe. Well, 'twas nice knowing you, Blue Ice. I'm trying to get them out of here, but I kind of can't. Although it does appear that they're sort of able to beat this one to death, which I guess is good. Where'd they come from? Definitely from the caves, yes. Ushirir has assumed the position of the leader of the enjoyable knowledge. He knew that the abandoned wagon was a bad sign. Naturally, yes. There's actually nothing I can do right now, by the way. They're just fighting with these blind cave bears and trying to get into the fort. And it's going to highly depend on if they make it up and in. The frustrating thing is they should be getting caught in these cage traps, but they're not because they have knowledge of them. So you're just punching it. Repeat. This dwarf's just punching it, and this one's just falling asleep. Wasn't there? Oh, somebody else died. Who's not dying right now? It would be real cool if the elephants joined in. I guess, like, I'm trying to think of how I could make this go better. And I guess that would be, like, putting them all into a squad and then immediately war training the elephants, but they seem to be making their way in. The elephants are doing some damage, although I'm going to heal this one. Oh, no, never mind. That's not the elephant that's injured. It's just the troglodyte. So who's still alive? We've got Dizza, we've got Ushirir, and we've got Stakkud. Although Asmil is, like, about to die. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign a chief medical dwarf. I'm going to set nobody to farming. And I'm going to see if we can recover wounded. We are. So we're immediately in a, oh God, phase. Oh, you're the injured one. Full heal, please. As far as bears go, we do still have all of my bears. My yak bull's also coming inside slowly. The game really doesn't want you to be dwarfed, does it? You're going off to pick up equipment. And I'm just going to presume that all of my dwarves are in here. Dwarf 1. Dwarf 2. Dwarf 3. And Dwarf 4. Okay, sweet. So all of the dwarves are now in the fort, and there's a troglodyte. I'm going to go here. Well, not there specifically. I'm going to go here. And we're just going to war train all the elephants. And actually unstation them from here for right now. You just ran away in fear from something. Okay. Right here, I need to make a food stockpile. If I could figure out where the food stockpile button is. Do you ever just sometimes wonder why your brain decided to short circuit? Because I'm wondering right now. An ambush driving away. Oh boy, why is there more of them? Oh, hey, we found you. That's funny. He's still up there. Well, that answers that question. You know, this is a terrible idea. Let's not do this. Let's just follow this bear and see where it goes. Please don't get into a fight with it. Don't do it. Run away. Run away. No. Okay. I want you to chase it somewhere. looks like we're about to lose another expedition leader, which we now have. 2 more, actually. So we're down to 2 dwarves. About to be 1 dwarf. Man, I was prepared for all sorts of threats, but I didn't get the one that I was expecting. This kind of is brutal, yeah. This will be fun, though. You're going to go clean yourself. That's fair enough. And you run away in fear. How about I just do this? Oh, there you go. Okay. This goes up to here and then down into there, so it's not exactly all that helpful. Let's see where you run. Please walk north. Please walk north. Please walk north. Please walk north into one of the bedrooms. Walk this way, maybe? Of course, the bear goes where all the honey is. Straight out of a horror movie. Oh, this is great. This is one of those, I can fix this moments. Little to the left. There you go. Okay. Finally, what made your first well after following episode 2? There you go. I mean, these can kind of go bad extremely quick. Oh my god, and there's a fucking troglodyte. There's still another one, man. Oh no. Let's just hope that dwarf stays there. There's another one over there. Oh my god. Were those dwarven teeth? I don't actually... no, they were bear teeth. Like the band Beartooth. Okay, so you're trying to train a war elephant. Come on, you can do this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to forbid all of these doors. Which will give us a good chunk of time. And I'm going to say... ask myself, why didn't I make this more secure? Running away from fear from in fear from everything, are we? Oh my god, there's one right there. Dwarf, I need you to train this elephant for war. Right now. Right here. Okay, so now that you've done that, you can just train the elephant for war. I'm also going to full heal it because I feel bad for injured animals. Don't mind a little bit of cheating. Come on, I need the other one too. Get over here, elephant. There you go, perfect. Last couple are hanging onto their onto their... Yeah, no, absolutely. Just gonna put them both into the squad. Then I'm gonna grab you and say labor work animals 1. So we've got as right here. We're about to have a second one. Okay, so now we've got 2. Now I have to say, chat, wish us luck. Because the idea here is that we'll actually be able to kill them with the assistance of the were-elephants. Here we go. Assuming the elephants follow us. And, you know, don't just abandon us and then die. They're abandoning us. I think that's where I had them pen pastured. Yes. Please don't die here, dwarf. Please don't. There you go. Okay, so that's bear number 1. Bear number 2. Oh, also troglodyte. Bones dipped? Oh man, bones dipped in candy. These probably won't be eatable. There's the second one. Where's the third one? You know what's funny is, like, I genuinely think this is more recoverable than, like, the situation we were in previously. Okay, that's 2. The troglodyte. Oh man, I thought that was my dwarf for a second. She's mostly just dodging them and then punching them. It's a good thing I gave her some, like, fighting skill. Okay, I'm just gonna full heal this elephant too, because I can't bear to have one of my elephants just be super injured like this. Okay, now I think that's all of them. Okay, so that's all of the bears that are currently in the fortress. So I'm going to get rid of this squad. Oh my word, chat. None of the named dwarves survived, so all your points were wasted. I'm sorry, not sorry. Okay, so they were both injured, but, like, not injured enough that it's, like, a problem. Is this all rotten food? No. Okay. Cleaning. That's the thing that you choose to do? Okay. Tidy makes it. I suppose so. What are, okay, so we've got a just skilled, but stat good is a talented, competent striker, dodger, and then just novice and dabbling and everything else. Not great, but hey, you know, it's something. Another ambush. Drive them out. Oh, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remake that squad, which I just got rid of. So dwarf number 1 is charging in, starting to duel with this critter. Hasn't died yet. The elephants come in as backup. We got one of them dead. Now we're going to move to the top floor of this. Just going to get rid of all these. I will make them into other things as time goes by. Let's start off with a new temple. One that is ours. Actually, let's not put it in this layer. Let's put it in a nicer layer. Let's put it in this layer. Temple to no specific deity. And then this can be the tavern. No, 1 is the lowest pop number I've ever had. And I've had 1 dwarf several times. Like, I've managed to keep forts, or make forts come back to life after, like, being on the brink. Only having 1 dwarf. I've done that a couple of times. Got a ghost I've got to memorialize. Well, on the bright side, we've got plenty of drinks. Let's go up to here. They truly did get lost. This was like, you know, that the sequence in Alien where they go and they land in the place and then suddenly there's just horrible monsters everywhere. That's basically what just happened, right? Like, you know, they got a distress signal. They parked. They checked around to see what was going on. And then suddenly there was blind cave bears everywhere, and they're just getting murked. Like, basically the same order of operations. Can dwarves get used to ghosts? I've seen some dwarves, like, get indifferent to them, but, like, watch my ghost fort video. It's called I Let Ghosts Destroy My Fortress. Just watch that video, and then you'll probably have a pretty good answer for that question in about 90 minutes. So my recommendation would just be watch that video. And you'll figure it out pretty quick if they can or cannot get used to ghosts. Thank you. Analysis. It's an amazing fort layout. I mean, it's largely an overworld layout that I modified to work in my fort, so. Oh my god. This is brutal. And also, let's toss refuse in here. I do think we got this, though. It's going to take a little bit. Oh, another thing that I probably need to do. Let's unforbid all this. Let's jump up to the surface and then go down to... Okay, no, not that. Let's just go here and just go down a few layers to about there. And then just unforbid everything. I think I'll just forbid this stockpile for right now. And also shrink this down to like there. And I'm also just going to go here and go hauling and just say, don't do this right now. Well, no, actually, yeah, do hauling. I think it's one of the better ones, and it's a shame that it's, like, the worst performing one that I've made. So, rate the start of this fort out of 10. I'd say it's 2 out of 7 is my rating for the starting of this fortress. Let's go to standing orders, and then say refuse and dumping, and please gather all the refuse. Because that's really what needs to happen, is we need to put all of these bodies and stuff away. It's great out of 10, 12. I'm glad. You love the narrative? I mean, I uploaded it yesterday. Nasha? Is that how you say your name? I think so. Something like that. Reads is correctish. Putting jugs away. Oh, this shouldn't have, fuck it, actually, I'm just not gonna worry about it. Already got elephants, what's not to like? This? The one really upset Dwarf? But I mean, yeah, I guess if you put it that way. I suppose if you put it that way. I mean, the good news is we're already like set for food for quite some time. Just not going to worry about farming for a bit because I don't need to worry about it for a bit. Whew. You started when you had 2 dwarves, elephants, and cave bears, so it looks good so far. For clarity, anybody who's just tuning in, we had to, where I decided to retire the fort because, or abandon the fort because I was worried we weren't going to get any more migrants because I hadn't gotten any in 2 years, and the faction I was playing was kind of dead. So I considered that kind of a failed experiment. What now? Oh, that's fine. And so I decided to reclaim it with a different faction. Anyway, apparently the game decided to oops accidentally a whole bunch of blind cave bears in the fort, which I didn't notice until it was kind of too late. So we lost a bunch of dwarves, like almost immediately, because I kind of wasn't expecting that. The one that isn't is pissed off, so you get S-Mill. Well, actually, no. We're going to go with Stack, the expedition leader. Yes, she's pissed off, but she's the expedition leader, and she was the only one standing for a while, so this dwarf is the reason they survive. Little Blast. Is driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, occasionally could lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Doesn't focus on material goods, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes being outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values eloquence and values nature, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Bullheaded and foolish, and does not really value skills related to fighting. You know, I like the idea that this group of dwarves was just like a set of like sand, like a delivery of sand from one place to another, and their wagon just broke down, and they're like, well, let's see if they have like any repairing stuff, and ran into this place and then just like got murked by bears. I really like that as like an idea of like the justification for this existing. She has very low cheekbones and a clear voice, and her somewhat broad ears have very large hanging lobes. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her somewhat tall head is broad, and her eyelashes are quite long, and her hair is straight, and her hair is dark tan. Or sorry, what is dark tan? Her hair is straight, and her hair is dark tan. Her skin is dark tan. There we go. So she's very dark tan. She has a pet war elephant, and all of her friends are dead. And she's a member of the Creed of Cobalt. So welcome to the fort, I say. It was literally just like fort started. Oops, chaos. Fuck. More or less. Oops, accidentally all chaos. You got named and then splattered. You and 3 other people got named and then died? Didn't even make it into the fort. Not necessarily. They could very much recover. You also need to remember that, like, this is maybe the... Not the nicest, but about as nice as you could get. For a fortress, rather. I also need to... Whoopsies. Check in here. Are the bears still in here? No. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this. So now that that's done, it's really odd to me that they haven't started working on this yet. There might actually just be that many jobs. All right, so I need to memorialize the starting 7. I'm gonna see, do I have coffins I could place in here? Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Currently, they're just hauling random body parts and chucking them. And I'm just gonna, real quick, go here. Just get rid of this. Let's just let them put one other thing away. I may actually just forbid everything down and in here. Well, here's hoping that we get a really big migrant wave soon. Right? Chat, cross your fingers for me, please. And also, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. So if you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me. Because without it, this channel wouldn't be here. So I just wanted to say thank you to, you know, everybody who's taken the time to watch this stream, tune in and hang out and chill out. Appreciate you guys. Something daily minimum, but I don't want to be pushy. You're off to go sleep. At least you have a great bedroom. My videos have finally made you crumble and attempt to play this game. You're glad that you could catch a stream, though. This is very much not your normal Fortress embarking experience, let me tell you. Chat, what's the wildest embark you've ever had? I'm always very, like, drawn to the one time that I built a fortress, pressed the go button, like, hit embark, and then immediately 3 dwarves died to a giant crocodile. And then another dwarf was hit in the back of the head by some bird that was trying to steal something, tried to fight with it, and then fell into the water and drowned. That was maybe like one of the most memorable starts I ever had to a fort. I was like, well, this is going great. But that has to be one of the most memorable beginnings of a fort I've ever had. Some animal stole all your things. I had that happen once. I just had like, it was like 40 monkeys. It wasn't quite 40 monkeys. It felt like it was unlimited armies of monkeys. Their crowds were so great that we couldn't see the hillside. No, there was like 6 of them. But they did steal my anvil and all of my alcohol. Which was just memorable. I'm not going to say it was like the fort survived. It was fine. But it was like a funny first year. You accidentally embarked on a bronze colossus? Accidentally? Man, what are the odds of that? Were you intentionally embarking on a cave, or did you like legitimately try to embark on a colossus? Mate, come on. She's sleeping. At least, okay, what is actually the pathing to this office? I thought that I gave you this. Oh, I see. No, I did give them this, but they then went and died. You know what? Actually, where are your bedrooms, dwarves? You two can have the nicest. You two can have the nicest bedrooms in the fort. These are going to be the most spoiled dwarves on this side of the Dwarfus. The Dwarfosphere. Literally immediately start fort, treated like royalty. A human has sprung from an ambush. What? The shit is happening. Thankfully, that door is locked. Jesus H. Christ, man. No kidding, mate. The fuck are you doing here? Yeet. They're also fighting with yet another blind cave bear that I didn't even know was there. Also, hi, hobo. How was the trip? How was the car fast? They're fighting with a stealthed bear that I can't see. 500 reanimated muscle shells. Oh. I'm glad they can't reanimate those now. So this is a human ambush. I'm not sure why they're here, but they are. So we're just going to watch this dwarf do his thing. And chat, ask Hobo how his day was. I will be right back because I need to use the washer. Hopefully these dwarves don't die in the next 2 minutes.
Over here, he has a sword.
Oh, good God almighty.
Jeez!
Your boy can't win, hey? This fortress is cursed. I don't know about that. What are they killing, though? Oh, they're fighting with the necromancer demons. Just missing a necromancer and goblins now. I've forgotten beast or titan. Here's hoping that they just kind of leave, though. It would be particularly funny, though, if there was actually... Here's hoping they leave. Like, let's just be hopeful, chat, that they leave eventually, yeah? It would have been even fun. Well, I mean, they're outside of the fort and can't get in. So, I mean, currently we are still safe, I think. Okay, so right up here, I'm just going to do this. I am currently about to be in an ad break, so I will Wait until the ads are done, but we're gonna get our starting 7 buried. Oh no. It's also gonna take every single one of the other ones, right? I forgot about that. All right, it's time to put stuff in tombs. You like putting stuff in tombs? I hope you like putting stuff in tombs. Because we got a lot of tombs to fill. Fancy mittens, hey? I think I'm actually just gonna pop back up to the surface and go right here. Thanks. I'm gonna get rid of that. And this is gonna be where I'm gonna jump to. When I hit F1. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up to here and I'm actually gonna go, I'm gonna reassign 2, 3, 4, 5. I just want to get my dwarves buried. I just want to get my dwarves buried, man. Anybody else? Well, we'll get to them eventually. The priority is my own dwarves. Also, which one was the one that's still alive? You! You can be somebody else. What key shows which menu? You're gonna need to be more specific. I don't know when you typed that. And I just jumped through like 6. The jump menu. You're gonna need to be more specific than that. This isn't like, you know, adventure mode, so there is no jump menu. Unless you're talking about in adventure mode. That's in adventure mode. Oh, wait, this menu? It's this. I clicked it. It's H is the hotkey. You mean the hotkey, like the binding areas to hotkeys menu? Yeah. Did I give them a nickname? I haven't nicknamed anybody because, well, otherwise I would probably need to, like, yeah, well, I mean, Little Blast is nicknamed. I haven't given this person a nickname. You know, okay, I'm just going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to go add new work detail, edit. It's going to be cleaning, burial, and wall floor construction, lever operation. And that's it. And this is going to be called and that's it. Very, very, very quick and concise. Fast car was real good until they fucked up your boy's pit stop and didn't put enough fuel in his car when he was literally leading on the race with 15 to go. Oh, that sucks. Many beers was drunk. Glad you had a good time, man. I'm glad that you had a good time. The other thing I'm going to do is say, nah. Nah. Definitely don't. No. Nah. Mm-mm. Nope. Def no. Sure. Can still do that. It's not even Shift H, it's just H. Rosa red. So many cages. Holy shit. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid all this and see what they go do next. You're going to go drink. What are you doing? There we go. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, never mind. That was a ghost that was put to rest. I read that as like, oh no, one of my dwarves just died. Nope. Literally just a ghost was put to rest. At the very least, you have a gold goblet. So, you know, they're having wonderful beverages in wonderful gold-encrusted dining halls. But, you know, everything is horrible here, so... Now the two dwarves can get back to work. The important question now is just going to be like am I going to be able to get all of these dwarves, you know, underground in time, basically? Yeah, that's just rearm cage traps. I got rained on? You know, do people really... Okay, I have a question. When people say I got rained on in relation to Dwarf Fortress now, are they talking about, like, memes from the past? Or did people still have problems with dwarves getting paralyzed with stress due to getting rained on once? Like, I see it now and then, but it's so rare that it doesn't even register as an issue to me now. I mean, if it's just a meme, then it's just a meme, but... I can't really tell if people are memeing or if it's, like, genuinely still a problem that people are running into now. I just look at the YouTube chat and the first thing I see is, bruh, they fell out of a tree when I chopped it down and the baby drowned. I know what game you're talking about. Also, as a reminder to everybody, a busy chat's an active chat's a good chat. A quiet chat's a dead chat. And today's been a little lurky for the past hour and a half. So if you guys can help me keep that chat moving, that'd be greatly appreciated. Any kind of conversation is greatly appreciated at this point. Also, Napalm Sideburns, it's good to see you, by the way. Thanks for the beer call. I won't complain about money today because of the tip from earlier, but I don't really have too much else to start conversations with outside of the new video that released. It is summer as well. Ah, I get it. I just kind of presume that it's a meme, but like we were talking about like bugs that people don't realize are not bugs anymore now. Really, it rarely happens on migrants on the way into the fort because it's like the only fort long memory. True, yeah, I mean like, but still, it's no longer a... How do I word this? Like a scarring memory? It's a less critical memory now. If that makes any sense. You gotta go to sleep now. It's all good, mate. You do what you gotta do. I'm just saying, you know, if you have the ability, if you can help me keep the chat moving, that's greatly appreciated. But otherwise, you know, it's all good. Let's just haul stuff. Where it will appear the reason they're so unhappy because it's the rain. But that could also happen with, like, seeing the toenail of a dead cat. You know? Or, like, it's more likely that they're, like one of their reoccurring negative thoughts will be rain, but it won't be the thing that ruins their life. I lived through the era of, like, a dwarf getting rained on once would literally cause PTSD for the rest of their life, so... No migrants attracted notifications for like 4 times on 20 pop. Well, if you're playing a dead faction, you might just be fucked, Warlord. Trading with the home faction is what attracts new migrants. I was previously playing as a faction that's just dead, which is why I've reclaimed the fort. And then everything was awful, and now everything is still awful. But at the very least, you know, everything may be awful, but at the very least, you know, we're still here, sort of. I mean, they both have these. Did Do you not have an office? Maybe you don't have an office. You do. I guess they're technically throne rooms, but... Yeah, so do you. I guess they're just preferring that room. It's nicer. But trading with the mountain home is how you acquire more peep shit. Okay, so thankfully that siege that was just on the map is no longer here. And the nearest bear is pretty far away. So I'm going to turn on the burrow and assign these dwarves all to the burrow. And scream to the high heavens. Chat, wish us luck here. Please and thank you. I need the best luck that you've ever wished upon somebody. Because we just got a migrant wave. We're up to 5-6 population. And I'm going to just turn on the burrow and keep it on. And hopefully we can just walk around that thing. You rename the saddest dwarves you have in your 3 latest instance of the game, so I know that if they ever throw tantrums or become happier. Fair enough. Somebody's fighting. I don't even know what it is, but there's fighting happening. Come on, chat. Post an emote that you relate to luck, because we need it. Help these dwarves out here with some positive encouragement. Like any livestock? A little bit. Why are you standing there and not going in? Doors is open. Oh, they are. Okay. 1, 3, 7. I mean, I don't use 7 TV, so I don't know why it wouldn't be working, though. Seven TV has enough emotes that I really, really don't like seeing that I just, yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, if you set your pop to 50, then that's... And if you hit 50, then that would do it, yeah? Okay. Wheel bank, eh? More bedrooms are now available. They all just go and meditate. What a fucking way to start this off.
Cheese for everyone!
What are you going to go destroy? Ah, beds. Got it. I mean, you don't have to make sounds appear on the stream to, you know, participate in conversation, Zavi. I'm sorry for asking for interactions, chat. I'll just babble and be one of those streamers that doesn't interact as much. If that's the kind of content you require, then I will do my best to provide. I will interact when you interact. I need metal ore. I'm sorry I asked. So, you know, if you're busy, it's totally okay. You're allowed to be busy. Interesting things when microwaves, you notice that in your current fort you would have a faction with 1 dwarf total created an Embark with that faction. 7 dwarves, obviously. First 2 programmed migrant waves came in, +7, +8 dwarves from that. Retired a fort after 1 year with 2 dwarves. The faction now has 100 pop. You kind of, so like what happens is there's always going to be an ambient population of dwarves, right? They're just because they're not in the fortress currently doesn't mean that they're not there. And the thing that you need to remember is that, like, Ice Blue's now a zombie. Where did Ice Blue die? I need to figure this out. The thing that you need to remember... do I have wood in the fort? I do. Okay, let's just do... Okay. I need a manager. Let's make my expedition leader into the manager. And just say... charcoal. 100. And... gold coffin. Sarcophagus. Let's just say 35. That's probably about how many we need. The thing that you need to know is that, like, 10th survives. Thanks for the Prime subscription. And UGDPY, we'll see you later. You have a good night, mate. Like, there's always ambient populations of every, like, type of creature in Dwarf Fortress. So there's always going to be, like, ambient dwarf populations, ambient human populations, amongst other things. And what that means is, like, just because it looks like there's a population of 100 dwarves in a faction or 50 dwarves in the faction, and then there's 3 factions, they all have about 50 dwarves. There's actually likely thousands of dwarves in the world. They're just all refugee camps and not part of a faction currently. But the game can pull from those. They don't have a history, but the game can pull from those, like, non-tracked numbers to give you migrants. So if, assuming there is still a populace of dwarves, when the player goes and starts creating forts, that stimulates kind of the game simulation a little bit, and people move there. When you retire a fort and the game saves, and then reclaim a fort or make a new fort, it moves World Gen forward by 2 weeks. That's the only way to move World Gen forward again. So those migrants and populations joining that new fortress happen during that 2-week period. When you're playing a fort for, say, 10 years, while populations can shift, mass migrations can't really happen in the overworld. So you don't see, like, populations of a fort like double or triple like that. But if you retire a fort and reclaim it, the population of a faction can skyrocket. If that makes any sense. It's getting late where you're at and you're out of chatter. Let's see. No. I think I'm just a little bit spoiled. I have sort of unrealistic expectations for when I put out a video. I kind of hope that it dramatizes, like increases the interest in my channel and makes people talk more, but the reality is not quite that simple. So it's my own fault for having unrealistic expectations, and I should learn to expect summer in summer because it's summer. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. I don't even know what Trailblazer is. Wait, isn't that's the what do you call it? Survival game, what, on wooden mechs, right? Oh, you're talking about the FTL alike thing. I wouldn't say I'm excited about it. I said it had a cool art style, and I looked at it for 10 seconds longer than I normally do with a video game. Saying that I'm excited about it is a massively gross misrepresentation of my take, and not true. But it does have a nice art style. I don't even think I'm going to play it, most likely. I'm kind of weird like that, where I'll see a game and I'll be like, oh, this looks cool. That's it. The only take I really had on that game is that it has a nice art style. That's about it. Actually, just gonna do this. It's easier. Yeah, if you build stairs up into the tree, then the dwarf can just walk down. Nah, it's fine. I'm just being dramatic. I'm just being dramatic. You have to go get a drink. You're doing the constructing of buildings. Yeah, I'm kind of weird. I don't know. I don't really play demos. I don't really care about alpha tests unless it's something I'm really excited about. Which honestly, I would say the only game that I'm really excited about is Enter the Chronosphere. But I'm a little bit worried because chat doesn't seem too into it, which kind of sucks. Although I should just be used to that. If I play anything that isn't Dwarf Fortress, a tenth of the people tune in. I should just be used to that at this point. You're gonna go sleep. You're recovering wounded? Excuse me? Who's wounded? How'd you get wounded? Did you drink too much? Please tell me that this dwarf just got, like, evaluated with drunk. Maybe you got a bee sting. Did you get a bee sting? I genuinely have no idea what the injury of that dwarf was. It may have legitimately just been a bee sting. Looks really interesting and unique. Yeah, no. I mean, it's just I'm stuck in a weird niche. It's my own fault, really. Uh-oh. I think YouTube might be frozen again. Hey, YouTube. I realize that it's winter on half of the planet, but it's summer up here, so please unthaw. Yep. Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything in YouTube chat since Harry Rosette said should have built stairs. Hey, YouTube chat, could you please yell at YouTube and tell them to be less bad? Was the early start DLC for Workers and Resources? What does it do? YouTube chat has been freezing every like 25 minutes all day. Hey, YouTube chat. I know that a lot of you like watching on YouTube, and that's cool. But if you use Twitch pop-out chat and still watch on YouTube, then you won't get forgotten when when YouTube decides to just like cease to function for 15 minutes. Oh, it's terrible, Glib. Maybe we want to be forgotten bees? Well, then why are you typing? I haven't forgotten yet. You're now a remembered beast, my friend. Or maybe that's simply just a beast. Avo's the diamond glow. You have become that which you feared, my friend. To 1930s, so now it has steam trains? Well, steam trains make everything better. Although I would argue that, like, post-Soviet countries are one of the few places that still have steam trains, so. Some of the few places that still have functioning steam trains that aren't like a museum piece, like actually operating for their intended purpose. Yeah, that's fair, Clem. Not minding being forgotten. There's not very many of them. I wish I enjoyed Workers and Resources, because I think that there's a world where I could really like that game, but it's just a bit too... I don't want to call it tedious, because I think that's the point. Like, it's intended to be tedious. But I just found it too fucking tedious, man. While looking up long dark music? Oh, that's pretty cool. I apparently live, like, a short bike ride distance from the studio that made that game. There we go. This is what we need to have happen. Trowel's body's getting buried. Enjoy it, Disastrophe. Don't forget to leave a like and a comment on it, please and thank you. And I hope you enjoy it. I put a lot of work into that thing. That is going to be the last one probably for a bit because I have an idea of what I'm going to do with the next one, but I do have a planned vacation in the middle of the two, so next thing is going to be vacation, followed by then when I get back from that, I will think about what we're going to do next. Although I haven't done 2 in a month in a really long time. I did 2 in a month when I put out the Caves of Cud video, and then like less than a month later, I put out the video about me playing adventure mode. So I don't know what KCD2 is. What do you mean missions, I guess? Control, Command, Destruct, the sequel? I probably know it. Kingdom Come Deliverance? I'm presuming? You mean just like quests? I mean, adventure mode kind of has quests. You know, actually, that's not true. Analysis. YouTube compression is actually way better. The problem is multi-streaming takes twice the CPU resource as just single streaming. If I were to double the compression for like the bitrate for YouTube, which I could do, it kind of starts to test my CPU a little bit, and I don't like doing that. And not even like that I'm maxing it out. It's just I don't want to run at like 80% capacity for like 10 plus hours at a time, because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of computer parts recently, but buddy, they're fucking pricey. And so personally, I feel like the last thing I need is like my computer to explode. And like, I do okay, but I ain't rich. So I just explained it, analysis. That's why. Also, the reason like dwarves are so strong, YouTube chat, is because dwarves have martial trances. That's what gives them their advantage. Humans don't have that, and neither do goblins. So that's why like a goblin is so much weaker than a dwarf, is because they're roughly the same size as a dwarf, but dwarves go into martial trances whereas goblins don't. That is literally the reason. Okay, who's the happy one here? How are you happy, sir? See, you didn't feel anything after seeing a blind cave over ogre's dead body. Fair enough. You were satisfied at work. You were near a splendid burial receptacle. Ah. So saw a dead body but was near a pretty coffin after the fact. And now is just really satisfied at work. Well, at least you get to be near pretty coffins, I suppose. There's Ice Blue or other Ice Blues. Dead body. Looks fine to you? Well, the thing is, like, if you have it set to the same quality as Twitch, it should look about the same. Shadow. But, like, Twitch's cap for bitrate, I think, is 8,000. Whereas YouTube, I don't think has a... It's like as much as you can push, they'll process it. 100 armored goblins with sticks fighting 100 humans with hammers. Like warhammers or like a hammer? I mean, arena mode exists. You could test this. The science could be done. The science could be done. I mean, I also feel like goblins would be better at dodging. Kind of a David and Goliath thing. Quest for knowledge never ends, says that dwarf. Who are we putting in a tomb now? I did a couple videos a while ago, which was just like, how many dwarves does it take to kill an undead whale? I think it was actually the first one. Simply put, the game died of frame rate loss before they killed it. For a multitude of reasons. They did okay, and I stopped making them pretty quick. But you can do some pretty fun things in arena mode. We're in an ad break. Also, I think the name something redeems up. Yes, it is. Hello, Donut. Don't look at the population count. Everybody definitely didn't die. Well, I mean, not everybody. I definitely didn't give up and switch factions by abandoning the fort and reclaiming it after everybody died, including your dwarf. But it's good to see you, Donut. How you been? Ten dwarves can kill 100 humans. Jesus. If they collide at the same time, and they have the same gear and the same skills at the start, 10 dwarves can kill 100 humans. As in the one that's on screen right now, Shinobi? Can do. Also, YouTube chat, the first person to put... Actually, the first 5 people to put a pickaxe emoji in the YouTube chat get an inanimate object. So like a bed, a workshop, a door, just the first 5. Personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is fairly important in the grand... And thinks that he is fairly important in the grand... Personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He's a friendly individual and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he doesn't often feel envious of others. He often feels discouraged and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and can handle stress and is quite ambitious. And I need to create a squad and make this dwarf the leader of it. Actually, no. Let's delete that squad. And you are going to... Oh, jeez. I need to reacquire a lot of these items, don't I? You... can handle stress and is quite ambitious and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He likes trifle pewter and pinfire opal, plum wood, chipmunk, leather, and blind cave bear bone. The color moss green, shields, goblets, and lorikeets for their playful personalities. And the words of the silken watchful amethyst and the sound of the cobalt boulders and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume pineapple wine and absolutely hates leeches. Me too. And has a pet war elephant. Also, Wheelbank is your last name. Me too, Stormwolf. And they just instantly leave. They accidentally invaded you. Like, scouting parties are a thing that exist in Dwarf Fortress. And they're either A, scouts, or B, they accidentally raided you in pathing towards something else. Because, like, the game processes the physical movement of armies on the world map. Sometimes just randomly an army will hit you because they were trying to head somewhere else not knowing that you're there. Anyway, now they know that you're there. We've got several ghosts that have been laid to rest. What else do we have now? I'm sure there's more. Currently none. Yay! Leeches make great fishing bait for catfish. I thought fingers make great fishing bait for catfish. All right, so in the YouTube chat, we've got Charlie Bacon, Gaia, Baltree, Jesus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Motivacative. I'm just going to give you guys random things for ease. This is the Jesus bed. Over here, we've got a door, and this door is going to be named Baltieri. What else do we have? This lovely quern is going to be the Gaia. Yep. There's an A initially in there. The Gaia quern. Right next to it, we have a statue of a superiorly designed image of Zelost, which is an image of a goblin and a cave dragon. And Baskerbit, the cave dragon, is striking down Bihal Zelos. The artwork relates to the killing of a goblin by a cave dragon in the year 612 during Cock Olong. Don't make jokes out of that. That's rude. The assaults of skinning. Gross. This statue is now named... there you go. I think that's everything. Oh, I forgot Charlie Bacon. Charlie Bacon, you get this kitchen because your name makes me hungry. You like your humors where you are? Well, you can keep them then. Still at it. What happened? Chat, you guys want to give Greg and then some the down low? Or the up high? The either or? I trust you can. I am in the belief of you. It seems that, Technically, this is a new Embark. So a bunch of... We had a bit of an oopsie. Well, not really an oopsie. We had a siege go real bad, and I kind of willingly let it go bad. And the reason I willingly let it go bad was because we kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit weren't getting any migrants. And I think that faction was maybe just a little bit beyond recovery. So my idea was, well, I'll just let this fortress die and then reclaim it as a fort with a different faction and see if that new faction can have do a slightly better job keeping things up and running and functional. Yeah, the rules and theme are all still the same. Although it's going to take me a little bit to get back to where we were progress-wise, but... Well, I mean, rather, no metal for weapons rule, yes. So, for those of you who don't know the rules of this fortress, I am not using any metal from trade caravans. I'm not using any goblinite. I am not purchasing or importing any metal. However, I can use metal for furniture and whatnot, just not metal that would be used for weapons. So I can use like platinum, brass, gold, those things to make furniture. If dwarves make an artifact out of metal, I can use that, but that is it. So basically, I'm restricted to metal furniture and artifacts, and that is literally it. That's the only thing that I'm allowed to do stuff with in this particular fortress. I'm just trying to get all these beds out of here so I can see how much more space I have left. You know, oddly enough, there's not as many tasks sitting here as I kind of thought there was. You hope the ghosts aren't too hungry? I've been able to get them dealt with really quickly. The issue was we actually had 2 dwarves a minute ago. We've had a migrant wave because the game decided to fill my fort up with blind cave bears. So we only survived because this dwarf that you're seeing right here managed to train the elephants that I brought with us for war while locked in a room and then run around and finish everybody off. And Asmil lay down in the hospital for a while. So that's why the moods are kind of bad. Not just because of the bodies, but like, you know, because of the whole bear situation and the fact that most of my seconded party of dwarves died almost immediately. So, you know, things have been pretty horrible. And hopefully they'll improve, but there's only so much you can actually do. I may also have gotten everything buried, which is crazy if that's the case. Do I plan on having an army? I had one in the last fort. Or in the last attempt of this fort. So yes. I'm allowed to use artifact weapons. And I'm allowed to use non-metal weapons. So like, if I was going to go make obsidian, and I'm still kind of planning on doing that. I'm allowed to use bone and wooden bolts. I'm allowed to use... I have an artifact mace in the fort. I made an armor smith's guild in the last fort, and I think I'm going to do something similar to that again. So, you know. Just one thing at a time. I mean, they take them if they like them. You just have to be very attentive as to what your dwarves like. I mean, I'm saying it with like an element of humor. Baltiri. An element of humor, you know? Why would I use DF hack optimizations? I don't need them. They're also not really optimizations. They're more like, what's the word? Automations. Like it plays the game for you, which I don't need that. Unless you're talking about like Streamline, which fuck that. Absolutely not. That's how you break the physics. But why would I want the game to play itself without my input? I do use DF hack, but I just don't use the scripts. I do agree, though, that disasterific is a pretty good word, though, Baltiri. Stuff like Taylor. So you want the game to play itself for you? I mean, I have a question. What's annoying about just going to this screen and typing in one of each clothes type that you need and then setting it to repeat once per year when you have less than a certain amount in a stockpile? It takes 5 minutes to set it up once. And then you pause them when you don't need them. Like, I don't know. I don't fully understand the... Like, if you are playing Dwarf Fortress... Controversial take here, I guess. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you're saying, I want to play this game. I'm enjoying this game. And you're putzing away and doing what you do. And then you say, But I don't want to deal with this mechanic, 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 or this mechanic. Why? Just go play Cookie Clicker. Like genuinely, that's my take and that's my feeling. So if you don't feel that way, then enjoy the video game the way you like to play it. It's a single player game, but calling it annoyance, I think, is a bit wild to me. It's always been a bit wild. Trash is what I'm going to call this. Butcher an animal. Genuinely kind of curious as to what I'm butchering, but I just don't need these. There's just so many random animals that we're just butchering for not no reason. Just check if you have the ability to make shirts. What about vests? Or tunics, even. Living the true Legend of Zelda experience. I don't agree with that, Monoplex. I don't agree with that at all. And the reason I don't agree with that is because... How do I put this? This dwarf currently is wearing trousers, dress, gloves, sock, shoe, shoe. That's it, right? And they're hauling a tooth. That is the only clothing this dwarf will ever need, unless I provide other clothing for them. So right now, I only need to make, to keep this dwarf happy, dress, shoe, gloves, trousers, right? If I make a hood once and this dwarf equips a hood, they will wear that hood until that hood wears out and then we'll be sad that they can't find another hood. So the reason I don't agree with that is because it gives you full customization of what your dwarves require. And they won't require full sets of clothing unless you allow them full sets of clothing. So if it was just a generic, they make everything, you would need significantly more clothing to like satisfy the full need. I'm not super pro the oversimplification of clothing. I kind of wish you could shatter pottery in adventure mode, Donut. Well, just wearing a tunic and a skirt, I guess, would be the true Link experience. Leggings, tunic, skirt. We're finally getting there, man. But like, I gather you're saying that you want that in addition. I think that like, if you set it up in addition, most people would just default to that. I think what Dwarf Fortress needs more than a make crafts similar to make crafts option for clothing is like sometimes, you know, certain things will be a banned export, so you don't want to overproduce it. And you want to have the option to not produce it. I think what Dwarf Fortress needs more is just in this screen, the ability to save sets and put these into folders. Like if I could put all of my clothing options into folders and then save them from fort to fort, problem solved. But a make crafts type option for clothing, I think is a bit silly. Because then I could, and they could also have like some defaults as well. So it could be like, you know, make one of each clothing for your current faction, or make one of each clothing in human size for what's available for your faction right now. Kind of deal. But, and before somebody says, you can do that with DFHack. I know. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the obstinate rampart is here, and it is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves. I guess I should open the door, shit. But take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer may very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Get up there and pull that lever, Dwarf. If your queen wants splints, they'll never ask for more than 3. Go here, type in the word splint, or maybe wood, I guess. Wooden splint. Then click this. Repeat seasonally, click on the clock 3 times. And then just set the number to 3. They'll never request splints again, because you'll always have enough splints. That's it. Yeah, just click the clock 3 times and just make sure that you have the materials for it. And you won't run into issue again. They can be quite confusing, though. I'll give you that. Okay, let's go here. I'm just gonna sell as much as I can carry. It's a lot of sandals. I'm sure most of these are like human sandals and stuff. But I don't know. I am of the opinion that while DF Hack has some really good features that make the game a lot more interesting for a lot of people, I do think that my biggest issue with DF Hack and its popularity is that there is a portion of the community that will forever make my head spin a little bit. Of people who learned the game with DF Hack, refuse to relearn it any other way, and complain that Tarn doesn't just, develop features for the game that are not the features that DF Hack use because they think everybody should use DF Hack. Which I don't really like. Little Blast meets with Toulon, Sode, and they say, "How'd you end up here? Let's discuss your situation." I'm just going to, just going to request brass. That's it. They want bars and meat, okay? That's not really a mod, but it's more like having access to dev tools that can be enabled or disabled, which is kind of how I use them. Letter N. Baron de Bus, hello. Similarly to if you're playing RimWorld, right? If you play enough RimWorld, you probably know you probably know your way around the dev tools. And probably pop in there and pop out of there occasionally. That's what I use it for. Doran. Is I use it like a optional dev tool that sometimes I enable, depending on what I'm up to or what I'm doing or what I need it for. And if I find that I need a dev tool or I need to break the game for one reason or another, that's when I enable it. Or if the game broke due to a new patch and I need to fix it now, that's when I enable it. Or rather, it's a tool. It's not a requirement for enjoyment of the game, I guess. I mean, you could put mods in Dwarf for it. Somebody actually released a mod recently that I'm kind of tempted to use. Somebody put hookahs in Dwarf for it. I made stuff smokable, but it requires a bunch of DF hack scripts. I'm like, I don't know. I'm slowly getting more tempted. Probably at some point in the next year, I'll do a world in a Forter 3 with like probably some form of magic enabled and then some smaller mods. That's been like one of my weird wanted features for a really long time. Although I personally don't think I don't think hookahs really suit dwarves personally. I think dwarves just need pipes, you know? Carry around a personal pipe. I'm just not a fan that mod also added every other drug on Earth. It's like, oh, come on. We don't need that. We don't need to just make it RimWorld. Like, let's just add smoking and call it a day, but I've done it before. Traditionally, I used to do it around once or twice a year. Usually it's like a seasonal theme around a bus. Like I used to do like a winter mod pack around Christmas every year that would make dwarves into Santa back in the day and add things like candy canes and other random shit. No, sorry. I don't. The thing is like, when it comes to drugs and colony builders where you're very attached to characters, I'm totally fine with made up drugs. You know? Like skooma is funny to me as an example of this. But when you just put meth in your game, it's like, come on, man. They don't have the chemicals to make that shit. Like opium, okay, that I can sort of see. Gonna grab some clear glass as well. Buy a bunch of the cheaper bags. Let's just buy food, probably drink as well. Let's buy the paper and the books. And the scrolls. Oh, can't do the scrolls, too expensive. Now we wait. I mean, I don't really get the appeal of Schedule 1. Or kind of any of those, really, for that matter. Physics as game mechanic is not really something that appeals to me, but that's mostly because I don't play games with other people. It's just co-op silliness. Like it's very similar to like, oh shit, what's the Totally Accurate Delivery? No, it's that delivery game that came out a while ago where you have to like, it's split screen and you try to deliver stuff. My brain wants to say deliver at all costs, but that's not what it is. It's a funny punishment for attacking a colony. Well, that's mean. That's like that's the RimWorld equivalent of like making a were creature bite a goblin and then expelling them back to their home faction. Like, ugh, you're sending a bomb back home. Pew, 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 pew. Imagine if they come back on a full moon. I've had that happen before. I once had a goblin army arrive, and then a were creature arrive, and they attacked the goblin army and bit them a bunch, and then most of them left, and then they sieged me again, and then I waited half a month, and then they all died because like 40 were creatures arrived, and then they didn't siege me again. This was a while ago, though. Yeah, it can happen. You're just like, I saved your life. And they're like, you guys addicted to the murder drug. But you're like, I saved your life. Now come back and pay for more. Are you asking me if I've played Lethal Company? I haven't. If that's what you're asking. You're a administrator. Oh, it's you and your husband that arrived. Okay. And your pet goat. Analysis. Analysis. What kind of... Xenophon? I have a question. The hell does that mean? Which one? I'll do that after I name this. Bear on the bus. It's a name. Yeah, sure, but which one? Pick one? Okay, boss. I was asking you to pick one, but Xenophon. Any relation to Zaphod? 29 years old, is not bothered by the slightest deviation from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance, and is not a private person and freely shares her details of her life, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents and is slow to anger. Done. It's a Greek author? Really? Oh. The more you know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I use it for. Casey Bola is the big legit thing that stops the fort. Or, like, you know, if you just want to play it in a sandbox and not play the game the way it's built. I mean, one of my favorite examples of, like, a good use for DF hack, actually, is there's a viewer... there was a viewer who was a regular in this channel for a while. I tried to stop reading... No camera when the ads popped, but I might have gotten the timing off. There was a viewer who watched this channel for a while, who I haven't seen in a while, who said they had 3 kids. And the way they played Dwarf Fortress was, well, they watched the streams during the weekdays while they were working. And then in the evenings and weekends for about 35 minutes, they could play video games. So what they did was they played Dwarf Fortress with Fast Dwarf 2 enabled, which like quadruples all the speed of the dwarves. And they would use dig now and insta build pretty frequently, and basically do that until they had a full fort, and then would use migrants now to bring in migrants and just get to jump to mid late game, which was the portion of the game that they enjoyed, but without having to like spend the 20 hours that it takes to really get to the mid late game. But like that's fair. Just speed run the early game. Also, we've got another migrant wave. We're up to 12 dwarves now. Why are we talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? What does that have to do with anything? What about it? I mean, I know I asked what that stood for, but then I figured it out after like 10 seconds, and that was also like an hour ago. Killed with style, hello? Old reply, I noticed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kingdom, come over here. I got to deliver something, ints. That game would be better if it was just like medieval wagon driving simulator. Because you're delivering things, Get it? So many bring items to Trading Depot. My sad dwarf was because he saw a goblin die. That happens. That'll happen. I mean, if you saw a person die, you'd be upset too, probably. Unless I don't want to talk to you or be your friend. Which is also possible. Let's buy these 2 gems. I mean, I don't know if I want medieval death string. I was thinking more like medieval spin tires, but actually, that would probably be pretty cool. Or I guess at this point, medieval roadcraft, because that's what most people think of now when the once beloved franchise of spin tires comes up. But I want, like, getting your wagon stuck, you know? And then having to, like, get out of your wagon and then get onto a horse to, like, pull your wagon out of the dirt so that you can pull the wagon again, kind of thing. And then it could have, like big, weighty, physics-based combat for if you get attacked by bandits, similar to, like, you know, what's the name of that goddamn game? Similar to the combat in Mountain Blade, you know? Oh, also, I know Neezer isn't here anymore, but I'm pretty sure that Neezer's chicken's probably left with him because I haven't seen their bodies anywhere, so. Also, I do have a baby chicken now. We have a chick. So I have a singular dog, and I'm just going to go slaughter everything that doesn't need aliving. Rum, milk. Don't need Black Mamba Man venom. Dwarven beer. Water Buffalo's milk. Don't need rattlesnake venom. I mean, I did that to Grand Theft Auto back in the day. Monoplex. I modded the cops out of San Andreas using a mod pack and then put realistic trucks in, and a mod that modified the taxi minigame to delivering goods for trucks. And I would literally just do laps around the map. I'm just getting caught up on YouTube chat here. Kingdom Come is a great game that you haven't played. I feel like Kingdom Come is just a game that I wouldn't have the time to finish. And I'd be sad if I didn't finish it, so it's not going to bother, really. Worry about all this clothing and stuff later. I may actually just get rid of it. Once we get rid of most of the bodies, though. Yeah, because I refreshed it a while ago. Refreshing YouTube chat tends to fix it. Really enjoyed playing Dirt 2 with a proper sim set. You couldn't go back. Anybody else kind of bummed out that, like, Codemasters isn't allowed to make dirt games anymore? Like, I kind of feel bad because, like, I'm a Formula 1 fan. I like Formula 1 quite a lot. But I could care less about the fucking video games. And, like, according to EA Games, Codemasters is only allowed to make Formula 1 games now. Which just sucks. Like, I'm actually kind of upset about that. What else can I do with this? Yeah, but WRC versus Dirt is kind of like the difference between Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport. If that's a fair line to draw there. Have I caught anything else in cages? No, just that. To me, like, Mud Runner died when it stopped being a level-based game. Like that, or that, rather that thing became something else. When it stopped being a strictly level-based game, when it became a giant open world with like super grindy combat, or not combat, progression. It became a different thing that I didn't really want to play anymore. So yeah, the kind of lineage now is Spin Tires, Mud Runner. Well, I guess with Spin Tires Advanced Edition, Spin Tires, Mud Runner, then Snow Runner, which I hated. Then they put out a bunch of expansions and DLC and stuff for Snow Runner, and now it's Roadcraft, which is a terrible name. I should have called it Road Runner. I think that's a unique name. Nobody's used that one before. I'm very perplexed as to why we're constantly recovering wounded. It's not just like because there's flies everywhere in here, right? It's so odd. Just put stuff away. You know, I would honestly say that, like, the Spin Tires, like, engine-based games, I suppose, if you want to just refer to that series as an engine instead of a game in and of itself, which is kind of how I've always thought about it. To me, Spin Tires engine games are just, like, dad sandboxes. Like, it's literally, like, the equivalent of a video game sandbox. It is soft, deformable sand and mud, the video game, go play in the dirt. And I do think they do a pretty good job of that. I just liked them more when it was like, here is a level that takes maybe 15 minutes to drive across, and it takes you about an hour and a half to finish it. I really, really liked that as a format for a video game, and they just kind of live service-ified it, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it, which was where they kind of lost me. Like, I really quite enjoy... Oh, hey, we got baby elephants. Cool. Look at that. Baby elephants. Let's move the babies over here. But, like, I do quite like it as a standalone little level-based thing, but to me, once you kind of add on the additional requirements of... Now it's a very grindy, long truck RPG that requires a lot of grinding, upgrading, and missions and back and forth. It's like, I just want to unlock a truck. That's it. Building a castle that spanned the entire surface. Oh, that's funny. My dad played Age of Empires in like 2005, maybe. The first one. Not even the sequel. Only played skirmish maps. Set every character in the map to neutral. Or allied with him. And then just played as a fully allied, self-contained faction. That was it. And basically played it like a city builder. So he would just build a massive city until he ran out of resources on the map. Or then he figured out that he didn't actually have to set the enemies and he would just build a massive city. And then I told him SimCity exists. And then he played SimCity 3000 because they gave it to me for my birthday. And I want to say he played for, oh boy, a good long while. And then a switch flipped suddenly because turns out there's aliens in that game and things that will just like, destroy your city after a while. He got invaded by aliens and they blew up all of his power plants and destroyed everything while he was at work because he would play the game on, what's it called? He would play the game on the slowest possible speed. And he got really irritated with the fact that his city got destroyed by, like, aliens. And uninstalled the game and hasn't played it since. I think that if he'd known, he would have just turned them off, but... he didn't know that they existed, because he played the game on slow speed, right? And he would just let it run around the clock. Like, he would never turn it off. He would just let it run 24/7. Also, I was going to make this into an inn and tavern, and I never did. The constructive candy, I love that. And then this right here. Oh shit, I think I need to up the difficulty. This is just going to be a weaponsmith's guild. I want to keep things the same. Yeah, economy's on easy. Let's turn that up. No, it's the constructive candy. It's got nothing to do with adamantine. No, my dad more or less swore off video games at that point in his life, and I don't really blame him. I mean, honestly, he reads a lot and writes a lot and avoids computers when he's not working, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think your dad's currently into Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4. He's a Blizzard head, is he? What the fuck's Blizzard doing right now? Because I've been reading this, like, Jason Schreier book about Blizzard, Play Nice, which is just, like, a chronological history of Blizzard. Like, no, my dad hasn't published any books. Maybe one day, I don't know. Your dad played the demo disc of Diablo 1, that's funny. No, I told him that SimCity existed, part. I didn't like Quasimorph, unfortunately. I tried. I didn't like it because they put out several demos a long time ago where it was a proper roguelike. Basically, like, you die, you start over from the beginning, and it's like a linear thing. And then they made it into a extraction game, which I don't want to do that in a turn-based setting. Like, it'll take a lot to convince me to do that anyway. Like the go out, get resources, go back, grind, go back, get resources, etc. gameplay loop. And, like, you can do that. Like, I quite enjoy Zero Sievert. But I don't want to do that in a turn-based game. Like, at all. So, I didn't like Quasimorph, I guess. I think they made, honestly, I think they made it into an extraction shooter or an extraction style game because they were afraid it wouldn't succeed. Which is fair. I mean, like, proper roguelikes is like maybe the hardest, or if not the hardest, one of the hardest genres to get anywhere in. So I kind of don't blame them. An ambush? What? Okay. Oh, I see. A troll found them. Like, it is truly one of the hardest genres to get any kind of a foothold in. So I don't really, like, you know, for lack of a better term, blame them for trying something. But then I really don't like the publisher. Hype Train Digital is one of those publishers that, like, if you work in this industry, you hear enough bad things about them that it's pretty easy to be like, Yeah, no, I know they turned them off, but there is still the little ambient populate. We're basically back to where we were before, where there would maybe be one or two little groups of them on each cavern layer, and that's it, which is what we had originally. So they're still there. They're just occasional little clusters. I don't like open world survival crafting games. I tried Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's not for me. I like Caves of Cud, though, but I only play it like twice a year. Do I like Stone Soup? I did until they removed Hunger. I was one of those guys. I used to play it on my phone a bunch. It's not a game I'd want to stream anyway, so which kind of makes it an easy one for me to dodge, but there was a point where I liked it, yes. I think I'm going to go to kitchen and just don't cook anything. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna queue up a bunch of cooking. It's gonna do the opposite of what I was initially thinking. Just don't cook any of my drinks instead. This is one of those needs an all on or all off menu. Please, for the love of Dwarf, don't cook any of my food. And for seeds, is there any seeds I don't want to cook? Don't cook the ropery. Yeah. Man, none of those are even cookable. Well, that's a shame. Oh, never mind. The game just crashed. When did I save last? Shit. Ruh-roh. I think it was like right when, probably right before the traders arrived, actually. I mean, I'll know if, actually 23 minutes ago, because Baron de Bus asked me to save. So not actually that long ago. It's early autumn. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we already traded. Grumble. Oh well. What I can do is I can go down here. Go bedroom. Multi. Speed that process up. Yeah, we'll just let them do the thing for a little bit. Please don't do that, Killed with Style. Because I would probably just ignore you. Because the redeem a save game thing is mostly for like adventure mode and when the game is like being crashy during a beta branch period or something. It's one of those that like if people just repeat it, like spam it and make me save for no reason, then I'm just gonna turn it off. Like if you want me to turn it off, then yeah, sure, pop it like at a time like that. But that would just be a nah, I'm just gonna refund that and disable it. Sorry, mate, kind of deal. It's not there to waste my time. It's just there to remind me to actually save when I need it. You know. Fair enough, kill the style. I feel like open world survival crafting games are great if you play games with other people. Duke Nukem would be I don't think there's anything cool about Duke Nukem, but fair enough. I mean, the level design in the original Duke Nukem's okay. Will clear glass in your barracks end up reversing cave adaptation for your military? I tested this recently, and the conclusion I came to was no. So, you need them to work up. You need them to be outside. But the kind of stance that I have with open world survival crafting games is, I'll chat, explain it to generic Matt. Good luck. The issue that I run into with open world survival crafting games is there's a saying in games, which is, it's hard to make a good game, but a bad game can be good with friends. If that makes any sense. Which is kind of like an example of like a lot of cooperative wave-based shooters. Like there's a lot of those games out there that are pretty dull or unpleasant in a solo experience. But the second you throw 5 friends in there and you're chatting about unrelated things and goofing off, it becomes fun, right? That to me is just about every survival game I've ever played, where it's like, by myself, this is just boring and I don't really want to do this. But with like 3 friends, it's like, okay, I can see why this is now interesting. Angel Quakes? I could use myself an angel food cake. That just made me think of angel cakes. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is very slow to anger, and he is rarely jealous and quite ambitious. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a calm demeanor. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and licks his lips when he's nervous. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees war as a useful means to an end. I'm also going to put you into the military. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of mastering a skill like steel, pink tourmaline, and giant elephant tooth. The color sandy tub, shields, and sheep for their wool, and the sound of the velvety incenses and the sight of the diamond mines. When possible, prefers to consume Reacher Soul, Jack Reacher's Soul? Reacher, Soul, and artichoke wine. And hates worms. Really likes the art of choking wine, I guess. Yeah, Reachers are critters in Dwarf. Okay, let's trade. Just gonna take the gems. And I'm gonna go down to books. Buy this. Oh, can't buy the scrolls. Too expensive. Buy the 2. Oh, right. It would help if I buy the 2 cheaper scrolls. That, this, and that. And then say chip it. And then you here. I'm actually just going to do this. I just don't have enough dwarves to do this. But yeah, simply put, I decided to retire the fortress because we weren't getting migrant waves. In the hopes that making a new or reclaiming the fortress with a different faction would fix the population problems. And so far it seems to be. I also like artichoke. What? Artichoke hearts. I haven't had an artichoke heart in a really long time, though. Let me tell you. Would I like to name your Goblin King? I mean, if you're asking if I would like to name the Goblin King of your fortress, I would say just name him Goblin King, after the artist who does a lot of the merch for my big videos and the like splash screens and stuff. Literally goes by Goblin King on Discord, so. This dwarf is trying to build a chair underneath that other dwarf. Imagine just like sitting there counting numbers. Oh, I put a Q in there. Whoops. Sorry, Darius. That was accidental. King Goblin King. Yes, there you go. YouTube chat says David Bowie, but that's also pretty good. I'll give you that, actually. In an ad break. Now's a good time to quick save, actually. Also, just as a moment of selloutiness, it only takes 1 bit to get number 3 on the bits leaderboard and 2 gift subs to get number 3 on the gift subs leaderboard. And if you clipped something earlier, post it in the chat and see if you can get it some views, because we do have a clips leaderboard. Your $8,000 PC to play? I mean, I bought an $800 CPU, and basically all I've done on it is play Dwarf Fort. Thank you very much for the penny, Ilmirin. I'm now 1 penny richer than I was before. Well, okay. Okay. I'm presuming when you say Crisis Engine, you mean like, what's the word? You probably mean Star Citizen. Oh, actually, does that even run on this Crisis Engine anymore? You're probably talking about Hunt Showdown, right? Well, you need to remember, it's like a different type of compute bound, though, right? Yeah, Star Citizen moved to the Amazon engine. Sorry, Elmirin, but you've been demoted. I've been recommending people get Ryzen's, like the Ryzen X. I wanted to say Ryzen X KCD. Man, I need to go to bed. The X3D series of Ryzen's. Oh no, it's a penny throwing match. Yeah. Lumberyard was based on CryEngine tech. Crytek technology, if you will. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's just make a shit ton of food. And I'm gonna go to the kitchen screen. Please don't cook my booze. Jesus Christ, dwarves. Not gonna be epic this time? No epic mega grants from me. Oh man, you'd committed to the bit. Thanks for $3.13, Shinobi. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my war elephants and pen pasture them out here. All of the leaves are falling. Man, this is something that I really like about surface forts. Is it makes me notice things like the leaves falling off the trees better. All of the dwarves, probably. No, actually, the local mountain gnomes. Somewhat here. Let's turn the burrows off. And so if anything monstrous shows up... Bah! Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded, man.
X300. Take this as well, Frand.
Frand. Appreciate you, Frand. Ambush, drive them out. That's fine. Nope, wrong tool. Thanks for the $13.37.
Letter and cheered. X1337.
Appreciate you greatly. Seriously. I really find it kind of hysterical when people use the word leaf lover as like an ironic insult to Dwarf Fortress players. Because unironically, I fucking love trees. Trees are great. I like oxygen. They give us a lot of that. In fact, I would say we're short. We could use some more. Some more trees, the better. Are we making a hype train? I kind of figured I wasn't going to make much money today, but I won't complain if you want to. Yeah, that'll be fine. If anybody's wondering what this is, it's a gremlin trap. Thanks for the additional sub, Elmiran. That's very kind of you. I suppose we are hype training now, chats. YouTube chat. You can egg them on by hitting the party button, I guess. Also, I find it very ironic that the person who said leaf lovers right after I was talking about trees in the YouTube chat is named Angus. There's something really funny about that. Like, of course. I'll have you know, beef wouldn't exist without grass. That's all. Dude, I love the tree leaves. I flip when I get cherry blossoms. Hell yeah. It's killed with style. Thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. I was super enamored. Speaking of loving trees, I was super enamored a little bit earlier this year because there's a fir tree right next to my apartment building, and it got warm really quickly here. Like it went from like not cold, but like chilly to like suddenly 15 degrees above freezing Celsius, and all the pine cones were cracking. I literally stood there for like 15 minutes one day, like right underneath it, just listening to them crack. Because it's them opening up when suddenly it gets warm and they're ready to fall. It was like, it literally sounded like Rice Krispies. It was so fucking cool. See, I don't know. Trees are neat. Big fan of trees. But seriously, chat, thank you very much for that hype train. And thank you, Killed with Style. Also, you sniped a sentient potato. That always feels good. Is it bad that I kind of have some, like, odd, fond memories for pandemic lockdowns? Because, like, It was genuinely the best era for streaming in a lot of ways. Like, that was the point where Twitch grew the most, YouTube grew the most people started doing this. It's like I kind of feel bad that I kind of look back on that time fondly in a weird way. But I do kind of miss it. True, that is true. That's why Animal Crossing did so well. That is true.
This is Sparta!
Oh, in some ways as well,
The soak and
Shinobi.
cheered. X
Many ways
300.
even. You work a 9 to 5 at home fully, and you still miss the. Wait, so you still work from the thing is, it's just like I miss when, because like I'll see like gift sub packs and stuff go through now, which is awesome when people do that, and thank you very much. But like I'll see them go through, and it'll be like, for lack of a better term, oh shit, I screwed up. I forgot to put a track stop underneath this. I was like, why aren't you working? But I'll see like gift sub packs go through, and I'll see like 2-3 names that I haven't seen in like 6 months. And almost always it's because like they just work during the day now and can't watch while working. It's like, oh man, I miss that person. Happened a lot actually during the my editing of the last video. Ergo Goodies, thank you very much for the 10 pack. Appreciate you, man. That's very kind. Still leveling up. Yeah. No, absolutely, Wise Pranker. Absolutely. I mean, I think I lost more friends than I gained during that period. So now this is empty, which means this can start dumping now, which is good. You're homesick today? Well, I hope you feel better soon. Like, that sucks. It's like, on one hand, I don't think I would have this job still if it wasn't for the pandemic. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it was one of the most mentally destructive years of my life. By a lot. I think for a lot of people, too. No, I know what you mean, Edwin. Was and still is terrifying. No, absolutely. I mean, I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes during that time. Unrelated to the pandemic. So I got to sit in a hospital without being able to talk to anybody in the hospital, which was fun. Like, peak lockdown period, I was just, like, in a stretcher for 10 days. I mean, it's over now. It's fine. You don't need to be sorry. It would have been nice if they let me walk down to the lobby and get coffee. Or if one of them could bring me a coffee. Because, like, there was a fucking Starbucks in the lobby of the hospital. And I wasn't allowed to leave to go get a coffee. And they weren't allowed to bring me a coffee. So I was stuck with hospital coffee, which they were allowed to bring me. Which, like, might be the thing that still irritates me about that the most. Which is funny in hindsight. Hey, Hibiscus Dragon. Hope it doesn't end soon, like the last 4 times. I mean, I've only been on for 7 hours, so I will likely be on for another 2. How'd I find out? I almost died. Realize? I'm 6 feet tall on the dot in the unit that most people understand. 1.7 something meters, I think, or maybe it's 1.6 something meters. Anyway, and I weighed about 100 pounds. I weighed about 40 kilos. Roughly that. 40, 41 kilos? Anyway. It didn't cost anything. Hospitals are free in Canada. You get them on? So you just get food delivered to you when you're in the hospital? And it was just like a very slow like buildup of symptoms over the span of literal years, right? So kind of like a frog in hot water thing. Yeah, no, I mean in Canada I didn't have to spend anything. What's funny to me is like I remember posting on Discord that I took an ambulance to the hospital and like explaining to people that no, I didn't have to pay for it. No, it's fair. Isn't that anorexia? No, it is not. I had type 1 diabetes and still do. Being extremely slim does not mean that you are anorexic. It can be a side effect of being anorexic. I wish I could forget that America exists. You should consider yourself privileged, my friend. Here you can get a fine for using an ambulance, but it's like it's a repeated, like if you repeatedly call an ambulance for no logical reason, like they'll fine you. But that's not them charging you for the ambulance. That's you abusing the service, I guess. But chat, thank you very much for the hype train. $22.79 in bits and 16 subscriptions. I appreciate you guys. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I think that's more bits than I got last week, actually. But no, I would probably still be paying off the debt if I went through that in the US. Actually, I would straight up be bankrupt, probably live with my parents and have to work a minimum wage job that would give me health insurance. I wouldn't be able to stream full time. If you type in ! goal, it'll usually give you a brief summary for SNEXE, but the addendum on it is I had to abandon it and then reclaim it as a different faction because I wasn't getting any migrants. So we're no longer playing as that faction, and in 1074 we had to reclaim it, but the rules are still the same, so I can't use Goblinite and can't use metal weapons unless they're artifacts. And I can't use metal armor. Yeah, I mean, I would have to go to the nearest job that would give me any sort of health insurance, or I would just straight up be bankrupt because, like, insulin's expensive. Insulin's expensive here. I did some math recently, and I'm extremely privileged, okay? So please don't, like, think that this is me complaining because I'm not. I realized recently that in order to be able to afford or in order to pay for all of my diabetic supplies, it costs me more than my rent used to when I first moved into the old place. Every month, just to not die. Like the privilege of living with coverage is more than my rent used to cost. Goes right to the government. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I see the bill because I'm a private business, independent contractor. So I see my taxes and I know what my deductible is, which is quite high because I'm very fortunate. But I don't think my meds cost enough that I'm going to hit my deductible this year. So I may have to look into private insurance because that might actually end up being cheaper. So simply put, I'm in a tax bracket where if I worked, like if I was like my brother-in-law, where where my brother-in-law is an electrician and he's in an electricians union here in BC. So he, as part of his benefits, gets private insurance because he's in a high enough tax bracket that like he wouldn't ever make a deductible, which I'm in that position now. So I'm currently spending about $700 a month to not die. That's just to not die. And that's after, like, you know, shit's cheaper here in Canada. Like, a box of insulin, thankfully, is only like $85 here. Only. But between blood tests and everything, if I had to pay for all that, it would be significantly higher if I lived anywhere else. Okay, so now we are just automatically disposing of everything, which is good. What's funny, Sergeant Donut, my insulin is made in the States. That's what's funny. Or at least half of my insulin is made in the States. One of the ones that I use isn't. I have a Canadian-made generic one. Because the brand name that's made in Canada is like twice the price. Which isn't covered, by the way. Chromatite? Isn't that a thing from Cud? Dead copper? There's jokes in the last name of this dwarf. I personally don't know what insulin is flavored like because I've never tried it. Well, I mean, it's a name brand, but there are several brands that make insulin in Canada. But I'm sorry, I don't want to have to eat the same thing every day and only take one injection and have absolutely no control over what I actually get to eat. Which would be my other option. Like, I could go to the, like, stuff that's like $5 a vial, which is made in just about every university here in Canada, but it's like extremely shit, and you get a specific number of carbs that you can eat per day, and you have to eat at certain times because it activates slowly. It's like the original recipe, more or less. But, you know, you want stuff that allows you to, like, live a normal-ish life. So I could go to the super cheap stuff, but I don't really want to. It smells like the color gray. It smells like chemical to me, but. You also pay $600 for insurance. You also need to remember that $200 US is about $300 something a month in Canada. So $600 a month in insurance is like close to $900. The person in YouTube chat? Start to gag? Yeah, it's not great. She cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance, and she does not trust others, and doesn't hold on to grievances. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She likes to take it easy, and she is slow to anger. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to think before acting, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I mean, I'll eat the same thing over and over for days if I'm, like, on hard times. I basically ate nothing but beans and broccoli and rice for about 2 years during the pandemic. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and disregards tradition. Likes earthenware, zinc, and arubicell, as well as unicorn hoof, and the color heliotrope, as well as pebbles, shields, and great barracudas for their predatory nature. And the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach and Kimwa beer, and absolutely hates snails. I mean, I didn't want to eat like that. There was a pandemic going on, and it turns out that, like, frozen broccoli keeps for a while. Also, I was kind of broke, so. She is average in size. She worships cattle, who's the god of minerals. Also, I should check how popular that god is still. And she is a member of the Siena Creed. Let's see. How popular is that god? "11 worshippers, eh? 1 worshipper, 2, 3, 7. Seems that the bronze sect is the most popular one. God of minerals and fire. The safe, which is the god of fortresses. We got the god of jewels, wealth, and trade. Minerals and death. I like the safe. That's a cool name for a god. I'm here for it. I'm also gonna rebuild the library, I think. Try and get this up and running again. Diamond homes. Let's see if... Huh. You've come to the wrong neighborhood here, Bessemer. That or reclaiming the fort is just sort of pseudo-bugged that. Do I not have any axe? Oh. I don't have a battle axe. Me no have an axe in the fort right now. Can I make one? Nope, I got gold and brass. Well, fuck. Shit. I melt, something down here, maybe? That's like the one thing I'm allowed to use metal for. I suppose not. Well, no chopping down trees until next year, I guess. This is a axeless situation, I suppose. Let's also start processing plants, which I'm just going to do whenever there's more than 10 plants to process plants. We're also making all sorts of lovely, fancy roasts. You'll love to see it. The elves are going to love me? I mean, they already invaded me, so I'm not entirely sure. Well, that or they were just here. I'm not positive as to which one. But they did attack me when I first arrived. And another thing I was going to do and then wasn't able to actually do it because shit went south. So I was going to make an animal trap for vermin. Let's also open the front doors so that we can come and go easier. But black beans, avocado, spinach, and a shit ton of spices and hot sauce and maybe some cheese, and it sounds depressing. You know, honestly, like, nothing about that sounds depressing. I would just willingly eat that. Maybe not every day, but, like, it's also funny, like, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm judging you slightly that you're describing a subtle meal and one of the first ingredients is avocado. Because, like, I don't know where you live or how much avocado costs where you live, but where I live, avocado's like kind of fucking expensive. Like, it's far from cheap. It's like not what I would describe as an affordable foodstuff that you could just buy. So I'm kind of judging you on the fact that, like, your struggle meal includes something that I think of as like up there with fancy olive oil when it comes to like buying something nice. Like, I'm down for that, and I fucking love avocados. I just think it's funny. No, true. Like, if you just have avocados growing near you and they're cheap, then yeah, use avocado. Hell yeah. But at least up here, like, avocados are kind of like, depending on the store, they're anywhere from like $3 to $6 an avocado. Sometimes you can find them for like 3 for $5, but that's pretty rare. At least where I live. Just don't get off the tree. No, totally. You know, an avocado's like a treat. I'll buy an avocado and it'll last me a week. The tree rats? What's a tree rat? Is that a funny way of saying squirrel? Or is that similar to mall rats? I mean, again, it depends on where you live, Majestic. I mean, Hobo, my moderator, lives somewhere where he can just walk outside and pick a fucking dragon fruit, which... I'm not normally the sort of person to be jealous of other people's lives because, like, I don't have to, you know, deal with living in the States. But, like, at the same time, motherfucker can just pick a dragon fruit. A dragon fruit's like $13 here, and it won't taste good. Makes me mad. It's like the one thing I genuinely love about going to, like, the southern states is, like, oh, I can get good Mexican food and also, like, fucking fresh papayas and things. It's frustrating. But hey, you know, we have magic mushrooms that grow wild in public parks here, so pick your poison, I suppose. Oh shit, the game decided to save when the ads ran. That's actually, like, perfect. Never works out that well. What Woodstock, you said, yes, correct. But because you've been watching my great DF story videos and you haven't subbed yet, well, cheers, mate. Welcome to the subscription club. JKV. Hello, Hibiscus. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Little pack. Now that one, okay, so you know what, like, annoyed the crap out of me where I used to live? And it's the same here now, looking around, Letteran, is go into the grocery store, pack this big of organic blackberries, like $6, $7, right? Walk outside, walk behind the dumpster, behind the grocery store, pick a bucket of blackberries, walk home. Like, I don't know. I feel like I should just set up like a goddamn blackberry stall in front of the grocery store and just be like, wanna buy a bucket of blackberries? $12. $12 for a whole, you get a whole pail. It only took me 30 minutes to pick them. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like if there's just straight up blackberry bushes, like, in the parking lot behind my apartment building, right where I live now. They're usually nasty. Yeah. Hibiscus, thank you very much for the prime, though. Appreciate you. Dodging ads or not. Here you can get a kilo of avocado for 1.6 euro. So I know that you probably mean that's just like a bundle of avocados, right? In my mind, that's one really big avocado. Like, it's just like a pumpkin-sized avocado. Just go to the side of the highway out here, man. There's just blackberries everywhere. This fortress rebuild, I think, has genuinely been kind of heroic. Speaking of blackberries, I'm gonna plant some blackberry bushes. Let's get some planting going. Processing plants going. Yeah, I mean, it's recovering. How much is a yen worth versus, like, the US dollar these days, Letteran? I have, like, no sense of what the yen is worth. I realize I could just Google it, but... Okay, yeah, that's fair. Japan is serious about their fruit. And Japan's also subtropical. Like, Japan's also pretty warm. Like, it's a pretty good place to grow fruit. Not, well, okay. Please don't at me and be like, yes, that's actually a fruit, okay? Because I know it is, but like, look at this. This was this morning. I took this photo and sent it to my mom. It's a baby tomato. What tomato plants have tomatoes? Oh, you're in northern Japan? Yeah, fair. I mean, that's pretty harsh winters. I guess Japan's just longer than I think a lot of people in, like, North America realize. Like, it goes from, like, temperate cold to actually really hot. It's the two extremes that I think a lot of people don't realize. Maybe bigger than a pinhead. But I'd prefer ripe tomatoes. Growing your own food is so satisfying. It's a tiny little porch that I have, too. I mean, it's like half a meter wide and maybe 3 meters long. Like, it's not that big. I can't even step across, like, take a full step walking out onto it. But I've got 6 tomato plants on there, and I'm terrified that I'm not going to have a porch in, like, 6 weeks. Because they're starting to grow. I had to sacrifice, well, I was going to sacrifice it anyway, but I sacrificed an old metal band shirt. And it's been repurposed into, string to string up the tomato plants. What band? A local band called Saints of Death. I cut the shirt up into like a bunch of pieces, and the rest of it is going to be used for, what's it called? The rest of it is going to be used, like the logo parts of it are going to be reassembled onto a flannel jacket that I have, or a flannel shirt. I guess not really a jacket. It's a denser material, so I think of it more of as a jacket. But I have a flannel that I'm turning into basically a alternative metal vest to my normal one, because I don't want that metal vest to just be the only thing that I have, because in the summer it gets kind of warm and walk around in thick denim's a bit much. Phineas, thank you for your years, literally, of service. Appreciate you greatly. I would drink coffee, but I just have water. Thanks for the 59 months, sir. I mean, here, I showed this off earlier today. This thing. Those are 2 of the patches that are going on it. The Pure Love Eternal Peace patch was like $10, I think. And they made them on their kitchen table the day before the show. Different band than Saints of Death. Before I start clicking buttons. That's what it looks like. Although I did cut the sleeves off. You can see my wall of Stephen King books down there. But I never put the studs on my DF hoodie, and I probably won't. I might use them on something else, though. It's like edgy in a way that I'm just not into. It also makes it kind of hard to machine wash things. Have you tried a tie with that fit could be funny? I mean, no, I don't own a tie. Fun fact. You have a human in your army? Ooh. So many random seeds. Okay, so I can also start doing this now, which is replacing all of these chests. Okay, well, I don't want you to have 2. It's ridiculous. Some of these got toppled, most of them didn't. Like some of these didn't. That's fine though. All right, there we go. Got all those put away. These dwarves are now getting significantly nicer bedrooms. Yeah, Jet looks awesome. I've really liked his short stories over the years, and I've never really had the patience to read his full-on novels, but I've been reading a lot more recently. So I think it's one of those, like, maybe I've, like, developed a taste for it. So there was a sale at the bookstore recently, and I actually haven't read any of those. I've read Skeleton Crew, Late Shift, and Night Shift. But I haven't read any of his full-length novels in a very long time. But since I'm back to reading novels and actually reading them, I'm going to try. They were like $6 each. They were all used and not in the greatest condition and extremely cheap. So it's pretty easy to justify that when we're talking like pretty low cost entry. Let's also see the really upset dwarf. What can I do to work on your moods? What do you need? You need excitement, you need to make merry, you need to admire art, you need to learn something. You also need a study assigned. Do you not have a study? I thought you did, but I guess I will give the expedition leader one of these. Did I assign you to something else? Oh, you're the manager, right. That'll do it. And then up here, you wanted to learn something. Killa's still alive, by the way. Looks like. Set my expedition leader as a scholar. No immortal soldiers? Oh no. I'm not sure what an albalit is. The dwarves are dumping garbage into a what's it called? A partially formed volcano. No, you can. Let on. Like, say you want to make them iron armor because you have iron. Just type in armor as breastplate, est-plate, what? And then click the magnifying glass. And then type in human. Or like, say you want a chinchilla man size armor. Also, characters by default will make gear in their size. So if you have a human armor smith, they will make gear in human size and not in dwarf size, which can be a problem if your only weaponsmith is a human and you don't notice it. Making wild carrot roasts with pond turtle? Ooh. And honey bee royal jelly. You're learning so much today? You're welcome. Happy to help. All this can go away. All of this can go away. I'm saving lives. Maybe people's, like, time. I don't know about lives. I mean, I'm more than happy to take that credit, but... Sanity, maybe? I could roll with sanity. I'm saving people's sanity today. And you didn't know that you could do that? Yeah, I mean, like, you obviously won't need to make as much gear for them, but... I think I'm going to go to you and say, make me 10 ash. I'm then going to go make funny mouth sounds, apparently. I'm going to make an ashery in the soap maker's workshop. I'm also going to go down to here. And I'm going to go to farming. I'm going to make a vermin catcher shop down here because I was planning on making one. I'm also going to delete this and put a door there. The unabridged human, hey? I'm going to remove your other tasks. Who are sad that they're naked? Do you want to know why they're naked? Because I could tell you why they're not naked. There is a reason as to why they're naked. Yeah, there's a reason why visitors are naked. Clothing is assigned based on faction and culture in Dwarf. So a character gets clothing based on the culture that they are a part of. And different cultures have different clothing. If a character doesn't have culture, or if they've been expelled from their faction, or if they've willingly left their faction, then the game doesn't know what clothing to assign them. If you walk around in adventure mode, everybody will have clothing, but it's because they are just assigned generic clothing. In Fortress mode, there is no tags to assign clothing to somebody who doesn't have a culture. Because the adventure or Fortress mode is much more tied to, like, culture in Dwarf. Meaning, yeah, they are literally just, they don't have a culture, so thus they are naked. And I'm going to make a silver battle axe. Silver battle axe. What, an ashery? I mean, I did say ashery. I am not a Newfie. I'm about as far away from Newfoundland as you possibly could be. I honestly, I don't even really know how, like, Newfies speak. So this dwarf should go pick that up. Feels wonder after incompetently performing the rites at that temple. Well, actually just cancel that task, please. Yeah, there you go. Go pick up that axe. There is no way to get gremlins armor. Gremlins are... The fact that gremlins function as intelligent creatures is kind of a bug, because they're not an intelligent creature. Well, they are an intelligent creature. They're an intelligent creature masquerading as an unintelligent creature. And because of that, there's some really old code dependencies that makes them not function in the modern game properly. Which is really funny, but also real bad. Got a lot of carrot wine, which is cool. So if you ever end up with a gremlin in your fort, you basically just have to kind of hope that they're zany. Because if they're zany, then they won't care about being naked. which is maybe one of my favorite, like, personality quirks in Dwarford. It's like, if somebody is zany, they just... There we go. Stacked Little Blast, that dwarf that, like, started off this whole fort, is unironically very happy about just hanging out, reading books, and pondering reproductive behavior, apparently. Which means that officially this dwarf's full-time job now is my lead studier, who also was the dwarf who saved this fortress. I really like this dwarf so far. This might be my early favorite. You know, trained the war elephants in the nick of time and got the dwarves into a state of safety after ending up here. And is now my most valued, I guess, scholar. More like animal breeding, because that's what reproductive behavior is. If you read all the books that they write about them, they're talking about, like, selective breeding for livestock, generally. That's literally all it is. She's the one who got traumatized. She's the one who's the angriest, angry-faced. So they're not, like, studying tantric, you know, culture or anything. What are we fighting with? Troglodyte. Apparently. You kicked the troglodyte. Did you kill it? Go get him, buddy. Well, it says you killed a troglodyte, so I'm going to go default to yes. Oh, there it is. Please kick the shit out of this troglodyte. Okay, thanks, bye. Punch it! Kick it there! Get him! There you go. Yeah, sure. Elephant husbandry, definitely yes. I mean, reading books for the rest of your life is like the dream. YouTube chat, like Jesus and YouTube chat's like reading books for the rest of my life doesn't sound half bad. That's literally like what some wealthy people do because they can just afford to do nothing, and so they just hang around and read books all day. Like I was kind of amused because I saw a post relatively recently of basically from an interview with a pretty famous like movie star, and the interview kind of started off with like, so, you know, what do you do when you're not working in film? And the response was, oh, you know, I read a lot of books. I read about a book and a half a day. And all of the comments are like, how do they find the time? It's like, well, if you have unlimited money, like, it takes like 18 hours to read a book if it's a big one, maybe like 6 hours if it's a short one. Just sit there, read light novels all day. Like, fuck, I could read 6 books a day if they were like this big. Yeah, we don't have any small animals, although there are some snails over here. One of your friends knows him. All he does is, yeah, so I was reading about Tom Hanks because apparently he is one of like 2 Hollywood celebrities who are single-handedly responsible for keeping this one typewriter shop in LA alive. I was like reading about this recently. Like there's this tiny little typewriter shop who like, if it wasn't for Tom Hanks constantly getting them to refurbish like old typewriters, like they'd be bankrupt. Like, I've read about this. It's kind of whack, actually. Also kind of awesome? I don't know. You used to do Lord of the Rings. Wait, all 3 books or just one of the 3 books? Because Lord of the Rings is pretty dense. That's impressive. Let's just make lye, and then we'll just make some soap. Just because I would like to have some soap around. But yeah, that's impressive, Shinobi. And watch them? Oh, I thought they were... I'm presuming they're referring to reading the book. But, like, yeah. I did a... I think I've done one Lord of the Rings film marathon in my life. Didn't feel anything after seeing an elf's dead body. Well, I found YouTube chat. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a pretty slow reader, although I blame that on my eyes. The fact that my eyes are kind of terrible makes that difficult. Let's just make soap from tallow. Oh, shit. It's frozen lye. It might not work while frozen. Yeah, that's slightly frustrating. You blame it on your brain? Yeah. I think, like, when I'm listening to audiobooks, I'd rather just listen to a podcast because it's, like, less physically requiring of having functioning eyes, I guess. And if I don't pay full attention to, like, the podcast and I miss things, I don't really care because it's a podcast usually. But if it's a book, I don't want to miss things. So let's press honey from honeycomb and also make wax crafts. Let's just make wax crafts whenever there's more than 10 wax. We'll check that monthly. I'm just going to go down to here. I want to say this was finished goods and furniture. Oopsies. Wrong button. Went too far. Overshot. Finished goods and furniture. Oh, except for goblets. Please don't put goblets in there. And then you're distracted by imagining it. No, I know what you mean. That used to sort of be me for quite a long time. Now that this stuff's getting done, and we're chopping down trees again, we go over to you. Assign gold minecart to you. And then just do this. Say wood. And here, also wood. And you are going to load from there. Also back to making gold sarcophaguses. Knew you video on YouTube was great. The vampire crypts before becoming the is a neat idea. I'm glad you liked it. Cheers, man. I wish that like that fortress held its interest for me longer, but I did really quite like that fort. It was fun. It was just I'll be honest, kind of a. It turned into a bit of a slog, especially towards the end. Latter half of that fort got kind of tough. Also, hello, TS. In the YouTube chat. The baby vampire was tragic. I don't think it was as tragic as the zombie baby. I can't remember which fort it was. It was a couple forts ago. But I had a zombie baby in a fort who, like, was an intelligent undead zombie. And mother dwarves in Dwarf Fortress will just carry their baby around forever until it grows up and is big enough to walk. And so this mom carried it for like 10 years. And she had other kids in that period of time. It was so sad. And like, it was this weird heart punch moment when it happened. And then somebody in chat was like, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hug my kid. I'm like, you know what? Fair. It's like, I don't have a kid, but like, if I did, I would go hug them. Because Jesus Christ, man. Kind of depressing. Kind of depressing is like, I would say an understatement, but. Hug your dog instead. I mean, it'd be like zombie puppy, you know? I try to, it's like somebody commented on that video and was like, Dwarf Fortress is great because it shows just how fucked up and psychopathic we are. I'm like, I don't know about that. I think it's more just like survival in extreme circumstances kind of thing. Just don't forget to, you know, like the video and leave a comment if you watched it and enjoyed it, or respond to somebody else's comment and try and drum up some conversation under the video, because that's what tells YouTube to recommend it to people. This one has slowed down pretty quickly as well. I mean, it's not doing badly by any stretch. I'm certainly not complaining, but it is slowing down at a pretty consistent clip. So I'm kind of hoping it'll get recommended a bit. Because my goal when I upload a video like that is for it to get 100,000 views. Which I don't always expect that to happen, but that is the goal. That is the hope. Where it lets you get creative. No, totally. I mean, it's like Cities Skylines is a pretty innocent video game, and then it's like poop fountain. So, you know. I tend to agree with that, yeah. Although it depends on the video game. Nothing, Jesus, I don't think. It's on your watch later list. You're going to get to it when you have an uninterrupted time. That's totally fair, mate. You watch it when it works for you. Just whenever you do watch it, please leave a like and a comment. Some people act like I'm being like very downer when I'm telling people to like it and comment it on it, but you know, I try not to be obnoxious in the video, so the result is I'm just obnoxious in my streams. Look at all this honeybee honey. You're gonna make mead. This here is gonna make mead. When the amount of honey containing item and empty food storage item 5, 4, 3? Let's say 4. So we'll just make the 1 for right now. Because turns out this takes a wee bit of time. Can I make another screw press? I think I can. There it is. Unretiring is, I mean, still a little silly in some ways. Like, some buildings get toppled for seemingly no reason, but it's kind of random. As far as drinks all remain in containers. Items remain where they were, but stockpiles get destroyed. It's stuff like that. I don't know. I was never super bothered by unretiring a fort or reclaiming an abandoned fort. Things in cages are released from the cages. Obviously, there may be things in there that you're not expecting. This fort was full of cave bears when I unretired it. But I don't know. I mean, like, a place was abandoned by people and destroyed or fought over, or you abandon it. Stuff's not going to be quite the same when you get back. If it is the same, I don't know. That's a little strange to me. And unretiring is very fun. I have a question. Did you change your world settings to get 2 dragons, or did you just end up with 2 dragons? Because that's kind of crazy if you did. Although, like, aren't you able to tame them if you have babies? All 3 of the wild dragons? Oh, damn. I once settled on a map that had 2 dragons. I knew that they were there. And I was hoping it would have mom, dad, and kid, but it just had mom and kid. But dad never showed up until finally I got a male dragon that showed up, and the mom had died for various reasons. And so I had a lady kid dragon and a male additional dragon. The male dragon was gay. I was so fucking mad. Like, genuinely, I was so fucking mad. Like, they just didn't, they didn't fertilize eggs for like a year, and then I used one of the best DF hack commands of all time, which is one that Putnam made, which is the Gaydar, and pressed enter, and it was just like... Speaking of, this one's apparently... you know, like, just like that. Well, actually, sorry, is like bi-curious. Likes females, will marry males. I misread it. But, you know. It's really funny when you see cats and it's just like, will only marry females. And then it has like a lady pet dwarf. It's like, just like real life. Cats giving owners preferential treatment. Okay, how many more sarcophagi am I making? Let's stop doing that. Chat, what should I make out of gold? Let's make 10 gold altars. Let's make 10 gold mine carts. Let's make... Ooh, I should just make fucking gold pots. Gold pot and gold toy. Excellent. Kids will love me. Except for pots, let's make 40. And only 3 minecarts because I don't actually need many. Also, holy shit, that was quick. Did you just, like... Did this dwarf just complete all this immediately? Because they are my manager. They kind of did. I guess, like, the actual MVP plan is just have your manager as a scholar. And just, like, immediately send out orders. That's incredible. Seems kind of like a bug, actually, but... You prefer military. Both the dwarves and the military are named. How about... We don't really have much population to choose from here for military. But whatever I can find. Let me poke around for a moment and see if I can find somebody who's decent for the military. Let's choose you. In terms of mastering a skill, wants to fight, wants excitement. Sure, this one can join the military. Zulban. Rainy Merchant is your last name, is sloppy with his living space and is quite polite. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and often acts with compassion. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He often is nervous and does not go out of his way to help others and isn't particularly curious about the world. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't right-click so that he loses the screen. And has a greedy streak and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, does not care about friendship. He likes electrum and onyx as well as giant hares for their fluffy tails, and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible, prefers to consume raven, soul, and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates rats. Welcome to the fort. So, since I have a pickaxe, or a wood-cutting dwarf now, I'm going to go down here and we're going to hack down these trees. And I'm going to start separating this off, or continue separating this off, I guess, from the rest of the fort. Because I started that a little while ago. And I got this done. That's it. So the next part is over here. And then I need to seal this area off down here and then this side off. And kind of the hope here is that I will be able to separate out this lava tube and use it as a form of smelting. Plus also making obsidian. Just so I can train these dwarves in stabbing with swords. Sag. Later on. I feel like if you walked into a farmer and we're talking to them about raising livestock and referred to sheep livestock management as yiffing, they would look at you real funny. They'd probably tell you to log off and go outside and touch some moss once in a while. Which is what I kind of want to tell you, but at the same time, I'll just sit here and judge you loudly. They got the boring work done so they can get back to the real work, thinking about animals breeding. I mean, totally, yeah. They want to think about breeding puppies, getting the cute ones. Commuting, you thought it was instant? Yeah, but they just did it without leaving the off. They didn't leave the, what's it called? They didn't leave the library. So I guess they just used the library as an office. So they wouldn't need to commute. They would just be, boom, done. I still have 160 gold bars. That's ridiculous, man. I just had a table there and went, well, I mean, it isn't named Leteran. Well, I don't need to know about your furry dojinshi, my friend. What you do in the safety of your own home is one thing. Let's just melt this shit down. Just get rid of it. This is definitely specifically my manager. I think it's you projecting on my manager, you know. My manager is not the pervert here, I'll have you know. Chat, back me up here. Come on. I know they won't back me up. But I have to say it on principle. You have a manager? My Dwarven Fortress manager? I don't have one in real life. Although I will tell you, there's this one company that's been reaching out to me a lot again recently that's like, hey, you should let us sell your content to casinos so that we can help you make a lot of money, huh? And I go, I don't see why this is beneficial for anybody. Why would I want to do that? The Medal of Safety. It's an Armorer Guild. There we go. And this is now officially a guild, sort of. Oh no, it's just like the most common sponsorships on the internet for people like me are organizations that try and get people addicted to slot machines. And I don't take sponsorships to begin with, but also like if I were to take a sponsorship, the last fucking thing I would do in my life would be that kind of sponsorship. I'm kind of perplexed. Why are you not removing construction? I guess it's just too low a priority, hey? Let's see. Needs light containing item. Needs honey containing item. Oh, did they not tell me why it was canceled? Do I have to turn on all of them? Sad. Oh, never mind. I now have a live hamster. Apparently. Oh, never mind. It didn't. The live hamster gnawed its way out of confinement. I caught a live hamster and it escaped, which, great. I don't really feel like making better animal traps. Seems like effort. Instead, I will just simply get rid of all this stuff and maybe I'll make some metal ones. I don't know. Like, I could make some gold animal traps. Or adamantine ballista arrows. Gold animal traps. That's kind of overkill, but hey, why not? I mean, it is my most readily available material, gold. 500 pounds per trap? No, maybe they're tiny. Thanks, newbie, in YouTube chat. YouTube chat's talking about clay jugs, and I'm sitting here going, milk jugs? No, I wish I had clay available on this map. I like it when clay is available. Clay is a fun material. I know Krug Smash did a Dwarf Fortress casino themed fort, but it wasn't like, I'd say it was less of a casino and more of a like, what's the name of that? fucking show. Squid Game themed forge. Although Squid Game didn't really exist at the time. You do clay in real life? I've played around with clay in real life. I've made some. I took a class in clay a very long time ago. But in my modern adult life, not so much. But I like it in Dwarf Fort because it's like just an infinite material that you can do some cool things with. You're imagining, I mean, if there's Angry Birds slot machines, I don't think Kit Fox is that much of a sellout, but uh-oh. The Walk Dead, hide while you still Dwarf. It's a very lonely zombie. I feel like the easy way to kill this thing is just wait for it to walk over and let my elephants kill it. Just gonna pause 2 of these make lavish meal jobs. I need somebody to come knock this thing off the pedestal. Where's zombie at? Wow. There's no elven civ in your game? That's kind of wild. Are there no forests? Because they only start in forests. I think that's kind of unfortunate. There you go. Grab that, please. Oh, well, you're taking a nap right now. That's very inconvenient there, Dwarf. Okay, you've got your fancy weapon now. Let's go kill this zombie, chat. I just really, really, really need my elephants to catch up. Wherever they're at. No, like seriously, where are they? Oh, I see. They're following. Just slowly. Yeah, well, elves only populate in forested regions during World Gen. So if you don't have a lot of forest, then it kind of limits their places that they can survive. Same with dwarves. They only populate the base of mountains during World Gen. Okay, so where's this one zombie? All right. Place your bets, chat. Will the dwarves kill the zombie, yes or no? I have decent enough faith that the dwarves will, in fact, zombie the death. Shinobi is leading the attack. Can I get a vile force of darkness for these dwarves? Dwarves will win, but with losses. It's 5v1. Oh. Never mind. It's actually an ambush. Curse all friends of nature. So, wait. Is this an elven tower that's attacking me? It has to be. No, I don't do predictions unless you pay me more money, and chat hasn't paid me enough money today. Well, I guess we're kind of banking on the fact that they do have rope reed helms. Yeah, this literally is a elven necromancer tower. Where are my elephants? Very far away. Well, go get them, Shinobi. Did you get hit with a bolt? You must have. Yeah, got hit with an arrow. So now we're just waiting on my... Whoop. We're now just waiting on the hope. Darius is in a martial trance, but nauseous. Shinobi is not. Okay, so that's several down already. It's now a dabbling mace dwarf. This is the first time ever using a mace. He's killed a human already. In fact, killed him by punching the human bowman in the upper arm and then punching him which so hard in the lower body that bruised the fat. Literally punched a human to death. Now you are feeling nauseous because you got hit with an arrow in the lower body, which bruised your muscle and bruised your guts, which is making you vomit. So the nauseousness is... Where's my elephants? Pretty far back, actually. And then we have Sergeant Donut, who's coming in to help defend. So the elephant killed one. Well done. Neither of my dwarves are dead yet. Although Shinobi here is tired. Here comes the elephant to fight. And also now Sergeant Donut is in the fighting. He was learning to fight for the first time, so we'll see how this goes for you. You're not, still tired and nauseous, winded. Uh-oh. Please don't lose the ability to breathe. We're basically depending entirely on the elephants here. Thankfully, the other elephant is now in the fighting. Nobody has died as of yet, although Shinobi can't breathe. So Shinobi may be the first to die. Darius still ain't dead and is currently trying to punch this human. Shinobi is overexerted and has killed how many people? 2, it looks. Or, yeah, nope, 1. Sorry. Meanwhile, Darius's pet elephant has killed 3 things. So the elephants are really doing all of the work here. Darius is chasing this human bowman, and the overexert... Oh! Shinobi may not be dead. Last thing he said was, I was attacked by the dead. I am not upset by this. Well, that's good that you're not upset by this. In fact, did you kill the guy that was in front of you? No, you did not. So it appears to just be... Watch the... Okay, it's early spring. Watch the river thaw and them all drown. Wouldn't that just be like an amazing insult to injury? This human over here is like getting punched by the dwarves. They're just punching him. Come on, dwarves, you got this. Keep bopping him. Keep beating him. Just hit him. You too, Shinobi. You got this. I know that you're overexerted and like tired and everything is awful, but like this human over here may be proficient, but like there you go. It was just a matter of time. I'm gonna leave them on no order so that they bring the gear back, but the dwarves can head home, and you're seriously injured. The siege is now over. Nobody needs to continue panicking if you were panicking. And Shinobi, injuries and all, is going to survive, although his toe is mangled around. Did you literally... His toe got crushed? That was it. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, Janmart. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And congratulations for our friend here, Shinobi, who didn't die. And hopefully somebody comes and gets him. Somebody gonna come get him? Oh, I don't have a chief medical dwarf. Now I do. Did I not reappoint the hospital? I thought I did. I must have, like, unappointed it. Is nobody, like, you know, gonna go rescue the wounded? Sad. At least I have a bone doctor. Chief Medical Dwarf is also injured, but they're not the one that's in charge of rescuing patients. That's just orderlies, and everybody's set to do orderlies. So somebody else should go rescue wounded. And it's not like they can't get outside. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to pause a bunch of jobs that don't need doing right now. They might just be overjobbed. Which is certainly possible because there's only 14 dwarves in this friggin' fort. Oh boy. Clean patient, can't clean patient. Sure, but like, what about rescue patient? There we go. Stinthad finally decided to go get the wounded dwarf. It'd be very funny if this dwarf died of, like, thirst. It's like, gets crushed foot. Dies of thirst due to, like, abandonment by everybody else in the fort. Not quite a beholder, Woodstock, but I once had a one-eyed necromancer creature that was my outpost liaison. And because when it first arrived, I didn't have a public tavern, it just sat in the middle at the top of the map because it could fly. So it just hung out there until it was time for the meetings every time. It was kind of cool, actually. So now we get to find out if this dwarf gains their ability to stand back. It's actually because it's his own fault. I would say it's probably more like my fault, but... Okay, so you need a bunch of cleanings. These should be part of the hospital. If they're not, they are. That's good. I mean, could you have picked a further distance to walk, Dwarf? I don't think so. It's going pretty good, Bob. How's it going for you? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's get to it. Clean him up with that gold bucket. As you watch the bucket go down and back up. Now use is all clean. Now you need dressing. Oh, now you get a diagnosis. How are we doing? You need surgery on your left hand and surgery on your toe. Oh no! That's a compound fracture. His thumb's got a compound fracture. Oh, big baby. I'm sure he'll be fine. Does really need a new shoe, though. Also a new shirt. Giving him stitches. Glad to hear it, Bob. I feel like Krug Smash has already made like a dozen of them in regards to Dwarf Fortress movies. I feel like, you know, every other stream or so, we talk about what if Dwarf Fortress had a movie. And I think the same thing that I keep coming back to time and time again that I'm just going to keep referencing is, personally, I would prefer that things like a film about Dwarf Fortress is either literally just what No Clip recently made, like about the creators, or a fan-made thing. Because I think, like, if it was a corporate-made thing, that would, like, completely destroy what makes Dwarf Fortress super cool. But that's just my opinion. Welcome back, Potato. How's your day been? Good enough, I hope. Let's not collect webs. I don't really need those. Now we're making soap because we can actually make the tallow, which is really funny to me. So we've got dog soap. Hopefully that soap is not dog. Oh, also the hospital isn't functioning properly because I don't have a chest in it. I should fix that. Although I do have a pile of hospital stuff in the hospital, so I guess that's good. There's somebody on the roof. I just heard the door close going up onto the roof and felt it in the wall. You know, it's really funny that we're just like, yeah, I think the Dwarf Fortress gameplay doesn't lend itself to movies. And I'm sitting here going like, I have a playlist called Dwarf Fortress Movies. Actually. But yeah, no, I don't disagree with that feeling. That's disgusting. Robert Harrison YouTube chat. Meanwhile, Robert Harrison YouTube chat. With AI, I can make a game like Dwarf Fortress actually make a movie from your play. You mean you can have a computer vomit together an approximation based on stolen work from other artists? How dystopian and shit is that? Remember how I said that, like, you know, fans should make stuff? Sad. Continuation of your sad dwarf story. He's sad because he saw a dying goblin as he dropped him in his cage in a pool of lava, and he stopped dropping goblins in the pool of magma. Well, I mean, fair enough. Anyway, finally some good news. Ward Portal. Sounds like a fantasy film if I ever saw one. Was it raising a family? Ooh, were you brave? Yeah, it should be fine. I love it when they just appear out of nowhere. It's always kind of funny. Because you just have a weird shaped map. Mine Kiss likes to kiss the mines. Did you get to help somebody? Driving a meeting in a very good setting. No more treatment is scheduled. What do you need then? Healing time, perhaps? Eh. I mean, Dwarf Fortress kind of has a cannon. Zach writes it. Also, that's quite the migrant wave. Sheesh. I feel like that's something that a fan could make, though, Robert. In YouTube chat. Not a bad little migrant wave so far. If we get above 35 dwarves, we'll have more dwarves than we had before I had to abandon the fort the first time, so. We're now up to 30, so that's pretty good. That is, in fact, pretty good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. Yeah, no, Xanthium is correct. It is in fact up. I mean, I essentially, yeah, Oinel. That is more or less all that's really there, is that it's just Armok out there fucking with people. I mean, realistically, I would be totally okay with a series of short films based on Dwarf Fortresses, or based on a loose approximation of the Dwarf Fortress universe. That's basically just like Saturday morning cartoons, or like Tales from the Crypt kind of style, except specifically just like Armok creates a world, shenanigans ensue, world ends, next world. But not everything needs to be, you know, a multimedia nightmare. Every episode ends with the fort collapsing. Here we go again. At that point. Yeah, exactly, which is why there really isn't any reason to do it. Still just making lavish meals. Let's put 10 thread in here. 10 cloth, 10 splints, 10 crafts, powder if we have it, more soap, more buckets. Let's go down here. Let's see what other animals we have. Apparently we have some more sheep. We have a goat, some llamas, and a duckling, and a puppy dog. Puppy dog who is named, in fact. Unanswerable questions to turn Dwarf Fortress into a movie. I would say that about most movies, or most video game franchise movies, I suppose. Okay, let's try and catch a small animal. See if we can catch small animals with gold cages. Also, my broker got stung by a bee. I caught a hamster. Which doesn't appear to be, like, escaping. Like it did previously. Also, hey, look, a Gorlak. So I now have a live hamster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to tame small animal. I understood that reference. TSCHEN. So you bring dog meat roast. My God. That's a valuable item to give to this little hamster. I mean, it's fine. We got like 1,000 meals in the fort. The Bronze Sect has many worshippers and SKULLPONDERS, and now requires a temple and a priest. Well, that's easy. That's the base level. The Stream of Palisades, and this is going to be the new temple. New temple. The Bronze Sect, the god of minerals. And I'm going to place an offering place here of a gold altar. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to type copper. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go here and I'm going to type in iron. How about steel? No. Cool. Good. And I will put those there and this here and then that there. And we can now recognize the priest, who's the Holy Gravel. Well, that sucks. If somebody wants to claim the Holy Gravel is now Muma's, because they're a skilled liar. Cheers, Surf King. I appreciate the fortress blessings. What in the hell is that? I thought I saw some evil monster there, but I did not. Okay, so that side's clear. This side's clear. That side is pretty far from clear. And look at Gorlak. Hello, Mr. Gorlak. Kind of want to make Owen you into my fort. Because Gorlaks are fun. And then rocks. Let's throw another gold minecart onto here. You're loading from there. None of that. I wouldn't know, actually. If liars make it harder for them to learn counseling. That's news to me. If that's the case, that's a dead baby troglodyte. That's kind of grim. We're over here making wax crafts. Ooh, I could encrust them with gems. I mean, if you want to see how skills interact, you can do that in the character creation screen of Adventure Mode. It's actually pretty comprehensive. Let's go cranberries, 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 cranberries. Why is there blood here? Why is there human blood here? Can I just say, it's raining for the first time in a while? That's Mass Morass's blood. Did this shoe belong to Mass Morass, and now Mass Morass's blood is on the ground because it was washed off the shoe finally? Dear Dwarf Fortress, your logic is terrifying sometimes. Like, genuinely, your logic is horrifying. I now have a tame hamster, by the way. Also, I have to say that hamster, who also happens to be in a gold cage, would probably sell for quite a bit. We could sell some real high-end pets. So are you up and moving? Yes, you are. Good news, chat. Shinobi here has regained the ability to stand. And I'm actually going to send Shinobi out alongside of my dwarves. We're going to go on a little mission. I'm going to go to Trickstill down here. Trickstill is a monastery, I think. Yes. It is a monastery with a bunch of books in it. And we're going to go free captives and steal some books. Although I do need to go here and release these. And I also need to go here. And I'm just going to throw some random dwarfs in here, just so we can have a set of 10. And them and their little bundle of elephants are going to go off and go on to mission. Mostly recruits, as you can see. But 'tis a very important mission. They're going to go get us some books. We got to stock up that library. I mean, dwarves don't get paid, so sure. Paid vacation. As I also said, we're sending the elephants, so they'll follow and leave eventually. You know, when the Mountain Home comes and trades with us again, we should really just sell when the migrant when the Mountain Home comes to trade with us again, we should just sell the hamsters to them, but also import more elephants. Because that I could just do. I'm also going to pause literally every job. Because I want to see some green happy dwarfs. What the hell are you hauling? Oh, wow, just a bunch of stuff. I love how, like, they can't haul stuff until they do, and then they haul a bunch of stuff. Like, if they're putting something into a bin. Man, that would be lovely, Bad Lotus. So I have my first strange mood of the reboot of this fort. And it's my gem cutter. Who obviously claims the gem cutter shop. And wants rough gems. Well, geez. Okay. You know, why don't we be greedy, chat? What's wrong with being greedy? We're dwarves. Does there happen to be any diamonds around here? If I dig into this, and it just has a demon in it, I'm going to be sad. There we go. Clear diamond. Green diamond. Chat, clear or green? What do you think is cooler sounding to you? Welcome back, DS. The greed diamond. Got it. You don't know if this is just your problem, but the stream isn't buffering? If the stream is buffering, wouldn't that be the problem? Also, did the strange mood dwarf already grab a diamond and I just misread? Oh, yeah, you did. Damn it! Oh, man. Oh, well. I'll still go get these diamonds. The crystalline air have arrived. Let's see how many books we got. The enjoyable knowledge search the place. The modern era of Trickstill. Various other books. Also, we're looting stuff from the Shrine of Hooves. I mean, your name is green, so this bias checks out. I believe it. Let's go and do that again. Great Hamlet. I like to think it's just a great copy of Hamlet. And off they go again. I'm going to pop back onto the map, drop a book, and immediately leave. Okay, so then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here and do that. Chromite, Nokogrisil, the gem cutter has created Nani Robod Enamod, a perfect turquoise, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I think that has to go into the temple dedicated to minerals. Yeah, that looks nice. Although it does kind of sound like an anime meme, but might be in large gems. Yes, there it is. Actually, I have two, apparently. You heard me, Shinobi, clearly. Okay. Did you guys know that if doors are open, they show as open in the stockpiles room? Or in the stock screen? That's nifty. That's neat. Because it shows constructed and unconstructed stuff, right? This is a perfect turquoise. All craftsmanship is of the highest. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut turquoises. Hi ho, hi ho. It's off the dwarfs they go. I'm also going to make gold flask. And this dwarf is still pissed off. Even though they're generally, like, ideally getting happier moods-wise, but... You're also getting followed around by your pet elephant. You have a good night, Gazoom. I think we're probably going to be winding down soonish as well. Speaking of books, how exactly do you get dwarfs to write their own books? They need to make a discovery. Oh, you're probably in an ad. They've been majestic that you don't need to turn them off anymore because they've been completely removed from the game as of the last major patch. It's been a little bit over a month, but they are like not even in the game anymore. I mean, you can still get Forgotten Beasts and stuff, but you don't get little armies of dudes stealthed in your caverns anymore. Just because they did too much harm to the frame rate. So unless you haven't updated your game or are intentionally playing on an older version, you don't get it. Are you in an ad on L? Otherwise, I'll explain it if you want. You haven't played in a while? Yep. Nope. That was the last update. That stuff was removed. You're out of an ad? Okay. So a discovery, there's a finite number, right? And basically the way a dwarf makes a discovery is like, you know how dwarves will ponder when they're just hanging out in the what's it called? When they're hanging out in the like library and doing the task of being in a library, I guess. They sit there and they ponder. And what you, the player, need to do is you need them to make a discovery. So they need to sit there and ponder stuff until they discover the thing that they're pondering, and then they can write it in a book. The problem is there's a finite number of discoveries, and if all of the discoveries have been made, or if the thing that the dwarf is pondering has already been discovered, then you, like, in a particular topic, then they can't write a book. It's very easy to get them to copy books, though. All you need is a book, and they need to read it, and then you need a scribe and set them to copy stuff. So if you want to write a lot of books, you kind of need to make young worlds, like 100 years or so, and then make a bunch of scholars and just let them start right away. We're still getting rid of teeth. God damn. Holy hell, goddamn. Man. Yeah, so like discoveries are quite a time-consuming thing. I wouldn't worry so much about writing books. Like if you want to write books, I'd make a book copying industry instead of an authoring industry. Because simply put, it'll just save you a fuckload of time. And also sanity. Oopsies, why did I right-click? Not a ton of people. Several dwarves that enjoy it, and then don't let them do anything else. And then you'll get a little light bulb that'll pop up that they've made a discovery. You could also enable notifications for that light bulb. If you are worried you'll miss it. And then once you've done that, you just
Good evening and
make sure
welcome
that
to
there's
the
a
Panic
choir or an unwritten scroll there. Pilot Guy, thanks very much for the 60-second month. Hope things have been good, mate. I really do. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around. After all these years and drastic changes in stream content and whatnot. Thanks, man. Was that a troglodyte? No, it wasn't. I'm trying to see everywhere that this goes. Kind of looks like they're going this way. So if I want to block this whole thing off, really the easiest way to do it would be to go around here. And then hopefully we'll get this built first. And this will speed up the process of building this dramatically. Also need to build up this one. And I need to block that off. I need to go along here, do this, this, this. Oh, now I'm using tower cap. I prefer to use blocks as long as possible. Oh, I only have 3 left. Pfft. Oh well. Tower cap it'll be then. But chat room, can I please get a big round of beers? Because in this channel, when you see something that happens that's exciting, I'd like you to post beers. Just my beer emote, the beer emoji, the beers in plural emoji, or something else that you have that you seem, or that you think is fitting of beer. And if you don't drink, it's okay. We have apple juice. Because that's 60-second months. That's 67 reasons that you should post beer. Thanks, chat. Mahuel, hello, in YouTube chat. Any tips on avoiding brawling under the influence? Don't have tavern keepers. Tavern keepers cause those. Like, that wouldn't happen at all if you... Won't happen at all if you don't have tavern keepers. That was a question from YouTube chat. Pilot guy, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, man. Doran, you want to go hack a tree down, please? No? How about now? I really need this done sooner than later so that I don't, you know, get forgotten beasts flying in here. So it is kind of critical that I get this done quickly. Or at least quicker than slower. Ideally quicker. that. Probably go to there and then hopefully up to here. It's a big-ass tree. It's like I realized I could just kind of go this way, but I'd rather go across this way. I also then need to do this one on a slightly lower priority. Just get those while we're at it. Because I also got to get this. But I hope you've been well, pilot. Hope life's been treating you all right. As well as things can treat you in the good year of 2025. You know, this year's like almost half over and it doesn't feel like it started yet. At least not for me. All right, now that I've done that, the next thing, and I guess final thing that I need to do here, is I'm going to dig out this. You know why I'm going to dig out this, chat? It's because I want this to fill up into here. Fill up this whole thing. So I'm going to go all the way across, get them to dig all of this out, and then I'm going to channel through that. And then I'm going to channel through that. And then I'm going to channel through that. And this, we're going to make obsidian in. Might be less than 2 weeks from starting training. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah, man. Bit of panic over here. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I would say that's kind of like excitement panic, though. Like good panic, you know? As opposed to bad panic. Who's ready to say burn, baby, burn, Disco Inferno? Dear Dwarfs, why you cancel task? Did you decide to go drink instead? I think that dwarf decided to go drink instead. Darius, you get to do the honors. Kind of want to plan to move if you have to. Oh, that's true. Actually, I just realized this is going to be a huge problem. He's going to try and run it across it. What could possibly go wrong? Run quickly, dwarf. You didn't see anything. Probably. I don't think I've ever tried specifically to make them dig diagonally through fortifications. Stepped into the flowing lava. I mean, it's a very dwarfy thing to do. Blueprints are a thing, but you can't copy-paste blueprints. Blueprints are a thing, but they don't work the way they work in literally any other game with blueprints. It's a planning tool, not a blueprint tool. Truly, Vaughn. How God saved him from lava. About how he caught, or about how he had a crazy premonition about how he was going to catch on fire and then walked around it instead. Yes, this is true. I kind of figured that would happen. But also, I'm tired. I felt like being lazy. No one will ever believe him. Well, I don't know. Some crazy shit happens in these forts. I guess I'll say you'd be surprised. Is it frozen? It's currently saving. It's not frozen. Saving just takes a while because this is 1,000 years of history with like 1 million+ events. It's got a lot of content to save. Takes about 90 seconds to save in this world. And this is on an M.2 drive. Pretty fast one, too. Yeah, it's just a lot of raw data. That's all it is. Glorious. All right, friends. We've made some pretty great progress today. We also killed and restarted the fort, sort of. So I think now is an awesome time for me to say goodnight. As a thief arrives to steal my stuff. Who are you and what are you doing? Glitteruckus and your spouse Prucabulugus, who's a novice organizer, is here to steal my things. Run away, you doofus, or you will be a deadus. Trust us, Amias. Keep running. Uh-oh. Running into the tree was a bad decision. Just needs yakety sacks. The farmer is chasing and trying to get... okay. The militia commander bashes the kobold thief in the head, and with Cancor, and which is an artifact gold mace, and the injured part is crushed. I think I will put the large dagger on a pedestal, because I think that's fitting. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it. We've made some good progress today. You know, we had to retire the fort and reclaim it. But honestly, I think this was a solid fort. Chat, did you enjoy the stream today? Can you give me a rating out of